Welcome to our two umpires, James Middlebrook and Paul Pollard. Derbyshire umpire captains Harry Kay and Lewis Rees, and Nottinghamshire led by captain Stephen Mullane. To bowl for the race course end, Luke Blackman.
Boys.
Today, and survive 70 overs in the save this match. They have had its own match score of 79 overs. Still shot by 221. Lewis Rees on 30. We've still got to do plenty of batting over the coming hours. Derbyshire to save this score of 79 overs.
To bowl for the City End, Dane Patterson.
Tell you what's happened there. Hello. The first ball of the Patterson over is pushed out into the offside. So everybody online who's missed that first over, which you almost certainly will have done, nothing happened. It was a maiden. 75 overs in the day. We've already had one of them.
Could somebody tell Mr. Fletcher to turn his mic on, please, says Stephen.
Yes. Yeah, I'm there.
Mag says plenty from the effects mic, but nothing from the commentator.
Yeah. All right, Dave. Yeah. I've never worked with anybody who's never made a mistake in his life before, but you're
I have. No, I have.
Clearly the first.
Just
keep reading out the criticism. You carry on. Here's Patterson from the City and bowls to Kane, who defends this one.
What happened?
It was plugged into the thing that sends the audio back to Derby, so that all the updates this morning didn't go out online. And I didn't move the microphone over. It's a fairly simple thing to do, which I failed to do, but thanks for highlighting it on all the social media.
Ah, dear. 74 overs to go. It's only going one way, this, isn't it? It's going to be a draw.
Well, I wouldn't say so, no, but you never can tell. Derbyshire are a different beast this season. Patterson bowls to Kane, who drives to Fletcher at mid-on. You would expect so.
Has the rain gone? Do we know?
Yes, I think so. I think that the forecast suggests that there isn't any more.
Real opportunity for this pair to crack on and... Oh, crikey. What have we had, Dave? 9 balls and we're going to...
Ball's going to be changed. This one hasn't been changed yet, mind. I don't think. So... the ball in the previous innings, I don't think was changed. We've had a good little run, probably a day and a half.
3 results now in Division 1 this morning. Surrey defeating Essex by 6 wickets, and more recently Lancashire have got over the line at Wantage Road, chasing 279 to beat Northants. Won that one by 4 wickets. I think we are going to call for the suitcase, so there will be a little hold up here. And at Edgbaston, Kent have defeated Warwickshire by 177 runs. I saw something along the lines of world record for Sam Billings, 12 catches in the match.
No, championship record.
Championship record.
World record's 14. And I think there was still 2 to claim. Is that? I don't know how many there are. No, there weren't, because it's finished, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all out. They're all out. Yeah.
So, championship record. Somebody else did it in an inter-county game, but it was before 1890 when the championship became the championship. So it's a sort of technical championship record.
That's a lot of snicks, isn't it?
Yes. So just the ball might have been doing a bit.
First innings, he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Catches by Crawley, Leaning and Bell Drummond, and we've seen all of those in the slip cordons over the years as well, haven't we? So there might have been all 10 snicks, and second time around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 catches for Billings, so 12 in the match he finished with.
He's let himself down in the second innings there, hasn't he? Only taking 5 catches.
Yeah.
So the ball has been changed at 79 without loss after 9 deliveries of the day's play. Dane Patterson has got the changed ball in his hand now. He's going to bowl it to Harry Kane, who leaves alone outside the off stump. That one's hit the floor, so that might be out of shape now. Yeah, Ben Duckett's having a good look at it, trying to work out which is the best way to see how spherical it is, because it probably isn't. Really has detracted.
I can see the logic in starting with these two, but James Pattinson was loosening up before start of play. He's down at long leg. I'm sure he'll get a go before too long, but just sort of giving every indication that he was going to be one of the first two used.
Patterson in again, balls to Kemmer, leaves alone outside the off stump. A bit of that so far today. Bowlers just trying to get their radars in tune.
So it's a wicket every 7.5 overs through the day for Nott. So patience. I mean, sure, it won't come like that, I'm sure. Even if they were to get the 10 wickets, it might well be that they only get 1 or 2 in the first 30 or 40, and then perhaps there might just be a little bit of a tumble effect later on.
Next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Harry Kane. So the changed ball has hit the deck and gone through to the keeper 3 times at the end of that day. And Patterson over his first of the day. Derbyshire remains 79 without loss after a couple of maidens to start with. The one thing that gives me a little bit of hope is that Derbyshire did manage to bat for 111 overs first time around. That big partnership, as it was, so it clearly wasn't one of the biggest partnerships of them. Well, it was one of the biggest partnerships of the match, but some distance away from the biggest. Going to probably need these two to go on a bit, and then another decent partnership somewhere else, and they may well secure the draw.
Got a sub-fielder on already. As Fletcher starts the 3rd over of the morning, this one. Round the wicket, very wide of the off stump, swings further away.
Pattinson's forgotten to put his bowling boots on.
Probably, yeah.
Or he's put his boots on the wrong feet or something.
Not sure who the young man is out there at the moment. See if we can get a bit of a look at him. 79 without loss. They seem to have been changed on a fairly regular basis through the course of this game.
Stuart Broad, isn't it?
Here's Fletcher. And, again, one that jags very sharply away off the seam.
I think we should just shake hands now. Going to bowl at the stumps.
I think we might get down to that point, but not quite there yet.
No.
Tea 20 past 3, I understand, irrespective of numbers of overs and what have you.
Always makes me laugh, that. Tea can't be moved on the last day,
No.
except when it's moved.
That's right. 79 without loss. Fletcher in. Lewis Rees solidly on the back foot. Happy to defend. He's had a no ball. Yes, umpire Pollard in the game for the first time today signals a no ball. Fletcher overstepping 2 runs, 81 without loss. The score by and large is immaterial, isn't it?
Yeah. It always makes me laugh, that. All bowlers do it. So Luke's just gone up to the front line and put his foot up there. And you think, well, that's approximately where it was, clearly. How's that going to make it any better?
Got a little pile of the famous Derbyshire green sawdust out there on the outfield. Fletcher bowls again. Lewis Rees has just helped this away. Just a tickle down the leg side to Dane Patterson. And the first run off the bat takes Lewis Rees on to 31. Harry Kane has 38. And Derbyshire 82 without loss. So the score's immaterial. Of course, it's mightily important for the individual player to keep his score ticking over. All counts towards those all-important end-of-season averages. And on days like this, you feel if you can get nicely set, you can get yourself a decent little score. Fletcher to Kame for the first time today. Bowls one that comes back into the right-hander, and he just helps it out. Square of the wicket. Asiba Mead will field 83 without loss. And there are 2 balls left in this, the 3rd over of the day. Umpire Middlebrook, at least for the time being, swapping over after every single.
You'll get fed up with that one.
Generally they do. I'll stay this side bat, it's easier to see the lines. I mean, that's all you've got to say. Handful of spectators inside the ground, watching on as Fletcher bowls one that goes across Lewis Rees, and he shoulders arms, has nothing to do with it.
Well, there were 2 in the East Midlands demolition stand before 11 o'clock. There's only 1 there now, so goodness knows where the other one's gone. He waited all that time in the rain and now he's disappeared. I assume he's gone to somewhere where he has no shelter.
He had a social engagement penciled in for the scheduled lunch interval, 1 to 1:40, no doubt. Fletcher again to Lewis Rees, short, pulled away by the left-hander out to Ben Slater, who's spent a lot of this match when Notts have been in the field, out on the rope in front of the pavilion there. Single taken, 84 without loss. No demons have been unearthed yet by Nottinghamshire this morning. No possibility of the ball striking the pad or beating the bat with any great consistency. And already Stephen Mullaney has got Ben Duckett in his ear. There'll be theories, more theory than Darwin out there right now, look.
Yeah, well, I imagine there'll be a number of bowling changes to try to get the right combination, and whoever's at the top of his form or close to the top of his form today.
Well, Patterson White's turning his arm over, perhaps as a result of that consultation.
Turned a few yesterday.
Yeah, might not be the worst way round. Have him on from one end and just rotate the quicks.
Well, Patterson round the wicket to Lewis Rees at the start of a new over from the City. He's left that one alone outside the off stump.
The other thing is he rattles through his overs, so he makes sure you don't get into trouble with the over rate. But also on a day like this, perhaps, you know, towards the back end, there have been occasions where sides have been very welcome to add an extra 1 or 2 overs in because they've bowled their overs quickly in that final hour, but that's a long way down the line.
And he's warming up as well. There's Patterson, he's in on the stumps this time, turning to the leg side. Lyndon James does the fielding. I can now answer the question that you asked me 2-3 days ago, possibly. Is it roped off the bit above the sight screen at the far end? I've just seen somebody walk right across, and he did have to step over something at either end of the sheets, but he did walk right across the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, so there is some sort of rope there. I had absolutely no idea. You can't see anything. And again, it's a long way away.
It is.
2 slips in place for Patterson as he bowls to Rees, and he drives it out into the offside, but he doesn't time it. It's fielded by Patterson White at cover.
I'm not sure rolled cut grass has emotion, but I'm just wondering what the strip makes of all this. It had a day of near 40-degree heat and then a little cooler, and we've had the covers on it in parts the last 2 days. It's still a little bit green. It's quite bizarre, isn't it?
Suggesting it might have sweated a bit because it's still relatively warm, isn't it? It has been under cover until around about midday today from last night. This next delivery from Dane Patterson is defended back to him by Lewis Rees. But you're right, it's barely changed colour, has it really?
No.
Little patches of green everywhere. Looking at Patterson's front foot landing areas now.
I was going to have a little wander out at about 11:30, thinking it's not raining. But I got downstairs and stepped out from under the cover, and within about 3 seconds, I changed my mindset. It was very, very fine and hard to detect. It was wet.
See it, could you? No, you couldn't see it. I couldn't see it, certainly. Patterson bowls and beats Lewis Rees outside the off stump. Good delivery, best delivery of the morning so far, the afternoon so far.
So I thought, I'm not going to wander all the way out there. I'll be absolutely soaked. Came back in and had another cup of tea.
Well, they've run out of milk now.
Yeah, I don't know what this is. Almond milk or oat milk or something. No, well, I'm the same. Forest Green Rovers, the only place I've been forced into doing that, because they don't have the normal stuff down there, do they?
Well, I haven't been for a long time. We're going again there this year. Can you take your own in?
Oh, well.
Are you allowed? Patterson bowls around the wickets, left alone. But
I think you're frisked for roast beef sandwiches.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. It's the vegan football club, if indeed football club is the right way to describe it. It's 84 without loss. Derbyshire. Kane has 39, Rees has 32. And now there are 71 overs left in the day.
Always used to get medium meals as well, or a voucher to go to the the main restaurant area where those having a hospitality meal were situated. You were always able to go in there and select something off the hot plate. But I went last season a couple of times. You don't get anything now, or you didn't in 2021-22 season. Nothing at all. So
make a note of
take a pack up.
Make a note of it. It's not a huge distance away, but it's far enough. Changing the bowling already.
It's a ground. I don't know if you've actually been before and ventured down almost the farmer's lane to get to it, or you've come through Nailworth town.
Nailsworth, you come through Nailsworth. Yeah, I don't know. You can go the other way, can you?
Yeah, there's like a farmer's track. There's Mullaney. To bowl to Harry Kame. Bold move from the skipper, bring himself on first change this morning, drops one right on the spot and is defended out as far as Liam Patterson-White, who might have thought he was going to get the nod, but he didn't. Mullaney's bowled well in this game, hasn't he? Got 3 wickets in the first innings. Very much part of the seam bowling quartet, with Lyndon James not able to bowl. And he's relished the opportunity, puts this one just outside the off stump, and Kane lunges forward and blocks. One slip, Joe Clark. He looks a mile away behind Tom Moores, such as the difference in appearance when the keeper comes up to the stumps. In fact, he's gone a little bit wider there now, Clark. Mullaney bowls and Kane works it away square on the offside and will take a single. Patterson doing the fielding. And they'll swap over for the left-hander, including, once again, umpire Middlebrook.
Did you ever go to Forest Green's old ground?
No.
Yeah, that was only just down the hill. Perfectly serviceable. Just up sticks and move to the top of the hill. Were talking about moving again, weren't they? But I'm not sure if that's still on the agenda.
85 without loss. Mullaney to Rees, former Lancastrian to former Lancastrian, and Lewis Rees just watched it there onto the face of the bat. You can see the ball, we're right behind the arm there, just swinging on its way down from Stephen Mullaney. We've got a decent ball here for the type of bowler that Mullaney is. I'm sure it'll be clattered into an advertising board in a minute or two, and they'll ask to change it, or be forced to change it.
That discussion that they had, saying, look, this ball looks like it might do a bit.
Yeah. Mullaney bowls. It's certainly swinging in the air, isn't it? Rees drives up to Pattinson at mid-off.
I think he's the one bowler in the entire match who's consistently swung the ball.
Yeah, he does. He does. That's why, on occasions it's appeared absolutely ludicrous that he's not bowled himself at all.
We've got some breaking news. Normal milk has been found.
Mullaney.
Excellent work, Stephen.
Bowls to Rees, clips this away on the onside. Decent stop by Ben Duckett. End of the over, 85 without loss. Derbyshire began the day on 79, so they've added 6 in, what have we had? 5 overs, yeah.
The good news is it's only 2 hours before we can go and make ourselves a cup of tea.
Yeah, we're short-staffed today. Lovely to have Lauren with us over the last couple of days. She'll be grafting today, earning a living before the weekend.
Yeah, she'll be somewhere on the ground, I'm sure. He's worked his way back to Ben Patterson, who's going to come in again for his 3rd over of the day from the City end, bowling to Harry Kame, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to the keeper. It still hasn't stopped raining in Chesterfield, apparently. Although that's 12 miles, 13 miles north of here, isn't it? And they're struggling in Manchester for the one-day international. Unusually it's raining in Manchester. My weeds should be coming along very nicely in the backyard. But all the heat and the rain. Here's Patterson in and bowls to Kane, who gets his bat on that one and defends it back down the track. Patterson White jogs in to pick up. Big innings for Harry Kane, this. Okay in the first innings before he was brilliantly caught by Lyndon James. The ball coming off the toe end of his bat. James leaping through the air, astonishing catch really. Mid-wicket. He's looked pretty good in this second innings though. He waits now as Patterson bowls to him, and that one is pushed out into the offside up towards mid-off. There's a shot that stumps from Mullany, but Kane had got home comfortably and Mullany missed anyway. Patterson White with the backing up, and Kane moves on to 41, 86 without loss.
Lots have not been shy at having a shy in this game. I don't know if they've, part of their thinking is Derbyshire's running is not great, have a go. But I can't remember. Perhaps I'm doing them a misservice. I can't remember an occasion where they actually hit the stumps, but we've had a couple of occasions where there's been overthrows and one or two more possibilities to take an overthrow.
Reese waits for Patterson to bowl to him. It's a short one. He takes it on and misses it completely. Ball goes through to the keeper.
You have no idea what sort of pace that is, but he doesn't look the sort of bowler that is going to trouble you with a bouncer. And then every now and again he'll bend his back. That one got up, didn't it?
It did. It was too quick for Reese. It was out in well, it was a poor shot he played in the first innings. The ball went straight up in the air, didn't it? They wouldn't want to do that twice in the same match, especially not with Derbyshire trying to save it here. He waits now as Patterson is in to him, and he takes another short one, and this wasn't quite the same speed, I don't think, and he pulls it down to long leg, where it's fielded by Lyndon James, and he goes through for a single, moves on to 33, 87 without loss.
Sort of down the leg side, wasn't it? You sort of roll the wrist and make sure you played that one down. It's the birthday today, Dave, of Harold Rhodes, who predominantly spent his career with Derbyshire. I say predominantly because he did come back right at the end of his career and play a handful of one-dayers down the road for Notts.
Patterson in again, bowls outside the off stump. Kane leaves alone.
Played a couple of test matches in 1959 for England, obviously. As
it was his action, wasn't it?
He was a Derbyshire player,
he was called for his action, and it took forever to get his action cleared, which scuppered his international career. Couldn't be any longer, certainly.
For Derbyshire, 288 matches he played, and took a colossal, and we find it, 993 wickets. That's not a bad effort. You'd want, well, please let me play until I get me 1,000. For Notts, he just turned out on 18 occasions in the early 70s. I remember him. Might even have got an autograph on an old scorecard somewhere, because I knew he was a really, really good player back in the day, if you like, before he came to Notts, if that's not doing him a disservice. Mullany bowls, and again there's lots of animation out there. I think it was I don't know if it was you, Dave, or Lauren, making the point that he throws his arms up in the air on almost every opportunity.
It's like his finishing position almost, isn't it? And Lewis Reese is the same when he's bowling. He seems to get to the end of his follow through and his arms are up in the air.
Mullany again. Two short catching mid-wickets, but they're not there for that one, as it's played down into the ground to one of them, Ben Duckett.
You talk about 993 wickets. Cheteshwar Pujara, in his 11th innings in the Championship today, was dismissed for 2, which leaves him on 999 runs in the Championship this season from 11 innings.
And you know where his next match is.
It is down the road, isn't it?
Notts v Sussex starting Tuesday. Mullany bowls again wide of the off stump into the gloves of Tom Morse. I'm sure he'll be on the ground today. He was certainly here earlier in the match. Mick Newell on this day, 22nd of July 1987. So what's that, 35 years ago, Mick, if you're listening. 35 years ago, Mick Newell got his highest first-class score, 203 not out here against Derbyshire.
He was only 12.
Sad day for Nottinghamshire cricket followers this day in 1995. Harold Larwood died. The man who was involved in the highly controversial bodyline tour under Douglas Jardine.
Did he live in Australia?
He did, yeah.
I thought he did.
This next one's pushed in the offside. And in 1998, still with a bit of a Notts theme, Sir Garfield Sobers opened the new Radcliffe Road stand at Trembridge, the one where you'll now come and sit and have your meals and watch the cricket. Fabulous facility at Trembridge. That was on the eve of the England-South Africa test, the one best remembered for that passage of play. Alan Donald bowling to Mike Atherton, had him caught behind off the glove but not given, and all that highly dramatic cricket. As Mullaney bowls to Lewis Rees, not quite as intense passage of play here, but Lewis Rees happy to block. I'm sure he's not listening, but Prince George, he'll be at school, won't he? He's 9 today. And he is what in line to the throne, Dave? Prince George?
3rd.
Correct, yeah. Is it Prince Charles, Prince William, and then Prince George, 9 years of age.
Done all right this week with the questions.
You have.
Remarkably.
Next ball hit into the offside by Lewis Rees, end of the over, 87 without loss. Not around to enjoy it, but Sonny Liston would have been 92 today. You're familiar with the work of Sonny Liston?
Well, he beat Muhammad Ali, didn't he?
No, he didn't beat
Muhammad
Muhammad Ali beat him to win
okay.
the title.
Sorry,
He 36 fights unbeaten. They said he was unbeatable. Then he retired in his corner in the championship fight against the Olympic champion Cassius Clay, as he was. So Clay took his title. Liston complained he'd got a shoulder injury and he'd been out the night before, etc., etc. Demanded a rematch, and Ali flattened him inside a minute of the rematch. And that was pretty much the end of Sonny Liston's career.
Patterson begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes this one out of the backward point region when it's filled by James.
And just for a bit of fun, nothing to do with cricket, Sonny Liston's nickname was the Bear.
Was it?
I've got some more, half a dozen more boxers' nicknames.
Excellent.
Iron Mike,
Tyson.
Hitman,
Hearns.
either Tommy Hearns or Ricky Hatton. Yeah, the Hitman.
Yeah.
The Louisville Lip.
But that was Ali.
That was Ali or Cassius Clay. Bone Crusher.
Smith.
James Bone Crusher Smith. The Eastern Assassin.
Oh.
That was Larry Holmes.
Oh, okay.
Real Deal.
No.
Evander Holyfield.
Nah. It's Patterson. This one is over. Gets up a little bit. Surprises came, but he manages to get it down to the ground pretty quickly and scamper through for a quick single.
Just one
42.
more. Just one more, because I was running out of the will to live whilst it was raining this morning. The Dark Destroyer.
Nigel Benn.
Very good. Very good, sir. There we are, just a bit of fun. If it's your birthday today, or you know anybody who missed off that we ought to give a mention to, very happy birthday. Just a little bit of fun mentioning the old birthdays. Jay says, last day of watching the cricket here with Dave and Dave in the office, hoping for another shout out for myself and Tristan. You're very welcome, Jay and Tristan. Enjoy the day, enjoy your weekend.
Reese waits as Patterson bowls. He turns it into the leg side. There'll be a run here. I think it will just be the one. Patterson White is chasing it, slides and gets a great big mud patch on his left knee. Reese moves to 34. It's 89 without loss.
Just realised the time. Hope Radio Nottingham remember that we don't usually do one at.
Yeah, we don't.
It's normally lunchtime, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't get a message, and I'm hoping I haven't missed one. I am listening.
I didn't, and I'm hoping I didn't miss one.
Alterations to the
Playing
when
schedule,
we go to 10:30 in September, it throws me as well.
Yeah. Go for tea at 3:10 if they're on time, which they rarely are. Yeah. It's crackers.
Halfway through this, Dane Patterson over. He's on his way in from the City end, bowling to Harry Kane, who lets this one go outside the off stump. Very watchful, these two. 275 deliveries these two have faced now in the innings. 45 overs and 4 balls. 67 overs after this one, so just probably a little more than 2 sessions in real money. is a long time to bat, but so far so good for these two for Derbyshire.
Harry Kane's shirt seems to be excessively long, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, no, it's
seems
it's his sleeveless sweater. It's like a netball dress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say it goes down under his cheeks.
Yeah, absolutely. This one is pushed by Kane down towards the vacant third man area. Lyndon James is giving chase. He'll come back for 2. And he'll move on to 44, and Derbyshire up to 91 without loss. And if I can sort myself out here. This, oh dear, what have I done? This is the highest opening stand for Derbyshire this season now.
Is it?
Yeah, previous high was actually 81, so they didn't need too many runs this morning or this afternoon to get there. Shammasood and Billy Godleman against Middlesex at Lords in the opening game of the season, and since then it's been slim pickings, really. As Harry Kane waits, and this one is turned into the leg side from a bouncer. There are 2 men in at mid-wicket. Kane did well to deal with that one. Softish hands, got the ball to ground quickly, and it's the end of the Patterson over. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 43, 91 without loss. Derbyshire. Harry Kane has 44. Lewis Rees has 34. 67 overs left in the day's play. Yeah, I should have spotted that much. I should have written it down. That would have helped me enormously. In fact, I did write it down, but I didn't read it.
Wow.
The 81 was the best over stand. I was going to make a big deal of it, but it seemed a bit churlish to make too big a deal of it after it surpassed the previous one by 10.
Now that sub that's run on with a drink for Stephen Mullaney is Kyle van Vollenhoven, so I'm not sure who the other young gentleman is. If he gets to play a major role in proceedings, we'll find out. Seba Mead is donning the protective gear. That's another no-no for me. Do it off the field of play. If you're going to do it off the field of play. So we've got to wait whilst he gets dressed. Stephen King says, as a young man, gents, I spent many happy days watching Notts on the upper deck of the old secretary's stand with my father, who would have been 99 today. Crikey, mate. There were always a few of his old friends to chat to. And one day in the mid-1980s, my dad told me, one of 2. Send number 2, Stephen.
Yes.
Here's Mullaney. Bowls to Lewis Rees. Has been very composed, looked very stylish, very much in control out there, gets solidly behind it and defends. Oh, Stephen, don't leave me now in the hour of need.
Paul just said 4-day game. Day 1 too hot to attend. Day 2 and 3 no problem. Day 4 too wet to attend. The joys of a British summer.
Stephen Mullaney bowls. Lewis Rees works it away from the animation. If you're not watching the pictures, if you're just listening to the effects, you'd think Notts were trying to get a wicket, or they are trying to get a wicket every ball, but close to getting a wicket every ball, but that was just played away off the middle of the bat. Stephen comes back to say that he'd been talking to Harold Larwood during his last visit home. Happy days. I wish I'd known at the time. I can remember, Stephen, even worse than that, I can remember Harold Larwood signing autographs on one of his rare visits home in the 70s. And I stood watching him sign these autographs, and I just didn't join the queue. It was a period in my time where I couldn't really see the point in gathering autographs of some of the most famous people on the planet. With a story to tell. Mullaney nice and full, but Harry Kane has clipped it away on the leg side. Notts getting a little funky here with the field that they're trying to set. Just trying to come up with, well, they're probably down to plans F, G and H right now. They've gone through all the others.
Hint of sunshine though, isn't it?
We like a hint.
They might have to cut the grass before the end of the play, because this is perfect grass growing conditions, so if the sun comes out as well.
My good ladies, hoping it's perfect tomato growing conditions. Not so much as a tinge of red on her plants. 93 without loss. These little green marbles, and so just hoping that eventually they'll turn red and we can eat them.
Well, if you can't, you can always use them for the jellyfish stings, can't you?
Well, that's it. Yeah, I'm sure that's it.
Proprietary jellyfish sting curer.
It's been worth coming just for that. Next ball little bit of shape from Mulaney, away from Lewis Rees, but he went deep into his crease, waited for it, and just caresses it through the offside. Lyndon James leads the pursuit, fires it back into the gloves of Moores, and a 3-figure opening stand is just around the corner now. 95 without loss.
And Aldrich's.
This is the 47th over, so it's not even a brand new cherry for Nottinghamshire to look forward to enjoying anytime soon. Mulaney again to Rees, bowls, and once more a push into the offside. And that ends Stephen Mulaney's 8th over, none for 11, not giving much away, but I think it's perhaps got to be a mistake from the batsman to open this door for Notts.
Yeah, concentration is the key, isn't it, for the Derbyshire batsmen today, because there is plenty at stake, of course. There's an extra 8 points on top of the 4 that they've already got, but it'll be very, very useful in a round of matches that looks like there's going to be plenty of draws. You know, Sussex are doing their best to fall apart.
I want to just refresh myself and anybody else who may be interested in, you probably know better than me, where Derbyshire were going into this round of games. They were 5th, but just 3 points behind Worcestershire, who of course aren't playing this round of matches.
Okay, waits for Patterson, takes on the short ball. It was wide outside the off stump. Didn't need to play that one, Harry Kane, but did. That might just be a little warning for him.
13 behind Glamorgan, 14 behind second place Middlesex. Well, it's not looking certainly as if Middlesex or Glamorgan are going to win their game, so Derbyshire not really losing any ground. It's perhaps been a good game this for Worcestershire to sit out if they're 4th and 1, 2, 3 and 5 all finish their matches with draws.
Derbyshire at New Road on Monday.
Monday start, is it?
Yeah.
Or a Tuesday start?
Oh, are you? Sure, it's Monday. That's what I'm going. This one has been pulled around the corner by Harry Kane. James Patterson points at the ground and threatens to beat it up because it took a little kick and hit him in the chest. He's got a big smile on his face, but that one just surprised him a little bit as it bounced up onto his chest. Points to the ground and shakes his fist at it.
He's certainly cut from the same cloth as his brother Darren. I can imagine him doing exactly the same.
Well, Harry Kane's 46 not out now. That's his highest score in first-class cricket. Still very much in the early stages of his career, of course.
Yeah, could be a big day for the young man there.
Only his 9th match.
Get to 50, hit a couple of boundaries, and before you know where you are, you're 75, and then
Glory
the big one starts to
glory beckons.
to appear.
Patterson into ball to Lewis Rees, who takes the ball on this time. He's got 4 for it. He's pulled it backward of square on the leg side into the covers. Goes over the boundary rope, and Lewis Rees moves up to 41, and the century's up for Derbyshire.
Yeah.
100 without loss, and it's the first century stand for the first wicket of the season, which is quite late in the day, 22nd of July.
Doesn't work on the radio, this, but Rod George says, I'm not one to boast, Dave, but they sent me a photo of his tomato plants, and lots of bright red tomatoes on there. Enjoy, mate. On a bit of the old mozzarella cheese, and you have a nice caprese salad there, or whatever it is. I hasten to point out the missus's department. Anything that grows is the missus's department, apart from the grass that I have to cut. But she grows the flowers and the veg.
She'll tell you which way to cut it.
Or the fruit. It's not a veg, is it? It's a fruit.
The fruit, yeah. Oh, short delivery that he ducks underneath. Lewis Rees didn't bounce that much. Yeah, fruit.
Yeah, you've cut too much off. You'll kill it cutting that much off the grass. What? It's grass.
Get those stripes in a straight line, for goodness sake.
Stripes. Good grief. Very nice though, Rod. Lovely looking tomatoes.
I heard the word salad in that sentence. I've no idea what that means.
No, not me really.
A short leg in place for Lewis Rees. Dane Patterson, he bowls it down the leg side. Rees takes it on, misses it, goes through to the keeper.
Frank Watson's your one who, along with Dave Bradley, does the Worcestershire commentaries. He has an allotment, the typical old-fashioned allotment down the road, and he's shown me pictures of his allotment. Grows absolutely everything down there.
Oh, goodness me, I hope he doesn't show me pictures of it next week. Frank,
If you ask,
Frank, if you're listening.
Well,
is he working today?
Yeah, he's stood in for Scott Reed today and done the last knockings of Northants versus Lancashire at Wantage Road. So he's probably driving back from Northampton. But he'll show you his photos if you ask him.
Will he not show them if I tell him not to? This one is down the leg side. Welcome, Pulse Extra listeners, to the Incora County Ground for a few minutes at least, where Derbyshire are still 200 behind Nottinghamshire. They're 100 without loss. The game, final day, reduced to 75 overs due to morning rain. We've already had 10 of those. Harry Kane, a career high 46, Lewis Rees 41, the first century stand for the opening wicket for Derbyshire this season. Harry Kane in his first match of the campaign as well. Lewis Rees, who hasn't been opening this season because of Shan Masood being with Derbyshire, although he's not here at the moment. So a new opening pair for Derbyshire, and it seems to be working for them at the moment.
I think we'd like to give our new listeners a little bit of jeopardy that Notts are going to knock over these wickets and win the match comfortably. Here's Stephen Mullaney bowling at the start of a new over to Harry Kane, who, as Dave says, requires 4 runs for the first 50 of his career. But quite truthfully, since we arrived here and the match got underway on the very hot day of Tuesday, it's very seldom looked like any of the bowlers were going to get any joy at all.
No.
It's a flat one which Notts rattled up over 400 on the first day for just 1 wicket as Mullaney again bowls to Kane. The young man fielding it there with the floppy sun hat on is Kyle van Vollenhoven, who is playing for Clifton in the Nottinghamshire Premier League, but had a little bit of a spell with Warwickshire last year. Played.
Looks like your bar's arrived, Dave. That's good news for you. The old mobile bar. I think that's for the women's T20 on Monday here at the Incora County Ground.
Played against Notts last year. Dave Bracegirdle and Dave Fletcher here at Incora County Ground. There's a Division 2 match. There's an awful lot of nothing happening at the moment. I think we've got Joe Clark, who's
Have you paused it?
as far away from bowler Stephen Mullaney as virtually any other player on the field almost, apart from Lyndon James who's at long leg, trying to have a discussion in almost with semaphore. Give him a flag apiece. A lot of long distance shouting going on. The result of it is we've got a leg slip in. Mullaney bowls to Harry Kane, who plays this up to the young sub-fielder at mid-off, Van Vollenhoven. Exactly 100 on the board, 100 without loss. The score by and large is immaterial because Derbyshire were made to follow on exactly 300 behind. So they're still 200 behind. It's all about survival today, getting through until tea time. This one's dropped on the leg side and fielded by Liam Patterson-White, the ball polisher and the slow left-arm spinner who we've not yet seen in action today. Picked up just 1 wicket in the first innings, but very often comes to the fore in the closing stages of contests when there's been a fair amount of wear and tear on the wicket. Well, I'm not entirely sure there's been a deal of wear and tear. There's probably been more wear and tear on the tarmac on the road outside the ground than on this strip, as another one's played down as far as Patterson-White. Notts rattled up 618 for 8 declared over the first day and a half, with 241 from Ben Duckett, 196 from Asiba Mead. They put 402 on for the second wicket. Dave said you can never really tell how a game's going until both sides have battered, so we didn't really know how good a score that was. As Mullaney bowled, this is pushed into the covers and they take a single, 101 without loss.
It was quite good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was quite good.
Yeah, Derbyshire all out for 318, made to follow on yesterday, and second time around, well, they're doing pretty well. 101 without loss after 49 overs. Mullaney now 9 overs, none for 12, and came with that single, moves on to 47.
2 full sessions left, effectively, 64 overs. one or two people here going to be working late into the night at the county ground because they've got to take down all the advertising boards ahead of the ground being transformed into an international arena on Monday night. And that game's on BBC One. I was going to say BBC One. It's certainly on the BBC. It'll be on BBC One or BBC Two, I imagine. I'm going to see for the first time today James Pattinson, the Australian.
Here's an offer we can't refuse. Jay Clayton, gents, if you're not doing anything tomorrow, how about coming down and doing commentary of our cricket game against Chesterfield third 11 tomorrow? Not sure who your team is, Jay. He says it's against Chesterfield third 11.
Bit niche.
I'm sure I'm washing my hair tomorrow afternoon. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm busy. This one is way wide of the off stump from Pattinson, and I must have been tempted. Taken in front of Joe Clark at first slip by Tom Moores.
I'm almost reluctant to not go and watch my team, which I will do, but each of the last 2 Saturdays I've been roped into umpire. That's not in the plans.
No, I shall. I think I've been home one day in the last fortnight, so I might have things to do. Pattinson in and bowls. He takes on the short ball again, does Harry Kane, and gets a run down to the substitute fielder. I think that is Van Vollenhoven.
Has he got the floppy hat
He
on?
has.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is him.
Excellent. It's only the afternoon of day 4. I've started to recognise some of the players who don't have numbers on their backs.
There'd be a lot of letters if he did have.
Wouldn't it? You wouldn't be able to read it, would I, from here?
No,
I can barely read Moores and Clark.
We'd just hope that the number would suffice, but he's wearing a plain Nottinghamshire shirt. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to his cricket tomorrow in the Nottinghamshire Premier League. Kyle Van Vollenhoven.
Rees on 41 on strike, 102 without loss. Derbyshire as Pattinson around the wicket, bowls trim, and he's trapped on the pads, wrapped on the pads.
Here we go.
And there's going to be overthrows here because there was a shy at the stumps at the far end and it wasn't backed up by Dane Patterson. Well, it was, but he couldn't get to it. He sprawled, and they're going to settle for 2 overthrows there. And, well, James Pattinson will be furious. He was ready to punch the ground a few minutes ago. Now he'll be ready to punch the stumps.
I'm just wondering how you can make him any more angry by turning down that LBW appeal. Yes, shy at the stumps and let it go for overthrows. Crikey.
Best pleased.
No.
104.
He's never far from the point of simmering at the best of times.
2 leg byes, of course.
As soon as he crosses over, they call it white line fever, don't we?
He's a completely different person, isn't it? It's remarkable. He's in again now and bowls to Rees, who guides this down towards a widest third man. Van Vollenhoven loses his floppy sun hat, of course he does, as he chases it. The batsmen get back for 2 runs and Rees moves on to 43, 106 without loss.
It might just nip ahead and beat Harry to the 50 here. He's sort of been languishing behind him all through the innings, but coming up on the rails, Lewis Rees, 43, Harry Kane, 48.
He was 8 behind at the start of play. So he's closing that gap. He's on strike now. A couple of deliveries left in the Pattinson over. 0 for 11, his figures so far. Around the wicket, the bowls. That one is dabbed out into the offside. Kane looks like he's interested in a quick single, which isn't there.
They're playing for overthrows right now, I think, because there's been...
Pretend to run.
I think there's been 3 separate occasions in this match so far where knots have shied at the stumps and there's been nobody backing up, which is a little sloppy.
Harry Kane turned down some overthrows yesterday because he'd run so hard to get in at this end at the racecourse, and he'd run 15, 20 yards past the stumps, and Rees was calling him back. He turned around and just waved his hand at him.
I just wondered if the ball might have brushed him. Cause
no, that's right.
Sometimes in an act of sportsmanship, they say, no, it sort of brushed me and deflected away from the fielder.
He certainly didn't look interested. As this next one from Pattinson is clipped into the leg side, a little aerially into mid-wicket, but there isn't anybody on the square in that region, so Lewis Rees picks up another couple of runs for himself and moves on to 45. At the end of the over, Harry Kane has 48. Derbyshire 108 without loss. 63 overs to go.
Well, we said at the start they needed to take a wicket every 7.5 overs. We've had 12 overs so far, so already Nottinghamshire languishing behind what they would have needed to do throughout the day.
There's a healthy tail to the Derbyshire batting lineup. There's 9, 10, 11, or as we like to call them, 11, 11 and 11 in the Derbyshire batting today. Although Ben Aitchison might have a word with me about that at some point.
But as we saw in the first innings, there's still some very capable players to come. Brooke Guest got 100 in the first innings. Wayne Madsen, remind me, Dave, what did he get? 70 odd? 74. Leas Deploy came and went very quickly, but he generally delivers against Nottinghamshire, so look out for him if he gets an opportunity. There is going to be spin now for the first time on day 4 with Liam Patterson-White just bowling a few looseners to Ben Duckett. 3 round the bat, short leg, silly point and a slip. All crouched down, a nice delivery when you're on 48 there. Leg side half volley, clipped away for 4, and Harry Kane goes through to a very splendid half century. He looks absolutely delighted. Raven is, well, there's only 25 people in the ground, Harry. He's waved his bat, I think, round individually to every single one of them. Absolutely delighted under the helmet there, and he gets a touch of gloves from Lewis Rees. 143 balls. I'm sure we'll hear in a moment how many boundaries. 112 without loss. What do you make it?
5.
5, thank you. I was become used to relying on Jane, who's multitasking, doing the scoring and doing the announcing at the end of overs. 112 without loss. Oh, this one's a high full toss, and he's got away with it in every sense. It should have been pulled away for 4 or 6 by Harry Kane. Instead, he's clothed it to Dane Patterson at backward square leg, but could also have been called as being just too high. It was an awful ball. Not seen Liam bowl one of those before. And again he comes, Liam Patterson-White bowls, and Kane defends. 112 without loss.
And we're absolutely right to rely on Jane, because it was 6 fours, not 5.
Well, it was 5 before he hit that one.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
I'd failed to spot that. Yes. Dear, oh dear.
112. This one turns away from Harry Kane, through into the gloves of Tom Moores. And
Back by ourselves now.
We're back by ourselves, and you will be on your own in a couple of minutes' time. Better go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County. Liam Patterson-White has to do his own picking up work here. As Kane with the long pulley on, blocks another one. One ball left in the over. Liam Patterson-White's going to go over the wicket. Is there a foot mark there for him to hit? Not on this occasion. Kane comfortable in defence. 112 without loss. Liam Patterson-White's figures in this second innings. 12 overs, none for 17. Just looking at the figures. Don't know if he'll get an opportunity to add to it today, but the 6th bowler introduced by Nottinghamshire at the back end of yesterday's play, Ben Slater, 4 overs, 4 maidens, none for none.
Remarkable.
He'll be framing those if it stays like that.
Absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, I'm going to pop next door. I'll be back shortly.
I did say yesterday at one point, I'm not sure if I'd seen if I'd seen Ben Slater bowl, but he bowled against Worcestershire here in 2016, against Canterbury the same year, and against Leicestershire in 2017, and I will have seen all of those. Of course, saw him bowl for Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire at Trent Bridge earlier this season, so I've seen just about everything that Ben Slater's done in first-class matches. Not quite, but not far off. Here is James Pattinson on his way in from the city end to bowl to Lewis Rees, who guides this out into the offside, and there's no run. Well done to Harry Kane for his first-class half century, and of course with 61 overs still to go. He's got plenty of time and power to add to his current score of 52 from 148. So Pattinson is again wide of the off stump this time, through to the keeper. We've got the short second slip in at the moment. It's Lyndon James who's under the helmet. He was in there yesterday at one point. Joe Clark at first slip, as ever, except for the spinner. Pattinson is in again, and Rees defends it straight back to the bowl. Oohs and ahs. He hit it with pretty much the face of the bat. 112 without loss. An update for BBC Radio Derby listeners relatively shortly. Pattinson in only his 7th over of this innings, and the innings is in its 52nd over. 0 for 13 at the moment. Around the wicket he comes and bowls to Rees, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Just goes for a little walk towards square leg. He'll be very keen himself to get to a half century. It would only be his 2nd of the season. 52 his high score for the campaign, but as I said earlier, he hasn't always been opening the batting. Completely new opening pairing at the moment. Shamasuda away in Sri Lanka, Billy Godwin left out of the side for this game. As Pattinson is in again and left alone. A late decision by Lewis Rees to go through to Tom Moores behind the stumps. The final day's play. Not sure how much we'd get. We thought the weather might clear up around about 12:30ish, like a jack. 112 without loss. Rees 5 away from a half century. Pattinson is on his way in again. Bowls, that one is guided out to the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, so far so good on the final day here. Sally Derbyshire have got to bat for the entire day, which has been reduced to 75 overs aside. There are still 61 left, but the openers are still there. Lewis Rees is on 45, and Harry Kane, 52 not out, his maiden first-class half-century, 143 balls with his 6th 4, and they've added 112, which means it's the first century stand for the first wicket of the 2022 season for Derbyshire. Another 61 overs to go. Derbyshire 112 without loss. Liam Patterson-White is going to continue from the racecourse end. 4 off his first over, the 4 that saw Harry Kane get to his half century. He's in now and bowls to the right-handed opening batsman. There is some turn there, but it's turning into the gloves of the wicketkeeper Tom Moores. It was allowed to turn into the hands of the wicketkeeper by Harry Kane, who's ready again now and defends this next delivery out into the offside. Fielded by Ben Duckett, who's in at a fairly close cover, short cover. There's a short gully, there's a slip and a short leg for Patterson-White. His next delivery is defended straight back to him by Harry Kane. He is definitely backward of square on the offside. Lyndon James crouching down now, and that one's allowed to go through to the keeper by Harry Kane.
I was just making sure that I hadn't got it wrong. Notts versus Sussex begins on Tuesday, but
yes,
the other 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matches start on Monday.
Must be something happening somewhere, mustn't it? Sussex will finish today as well. They booked the coach for Sunday evening or something. I don't know. Patterson-White bowls to Kane, who pushes it out into the offside. They've got another man in close on the offside now. Yeah, so 2 covers, 2 extra covers really. There's Ben Duckett and Ben Slater.
That may mean that you've got next Friday off, and I've got to sit through day 4 of Notts and Sussex. That doesn't seem fair.
Might be what we're all listening to on Friday. Someone is turning backward of square on the leg side. And the there is no runs. It's fielded by James Pattinson, who bowled the next over. That was a maiden from Patterson White. 13 overs, 5 maidens. 0 for 17. His figures now. Derbyshire have exactly 60 overs to survive.
Of course, next week's matches are the last in this little block. We head towards the Royal London One Day Cup. For those that remain, without sounding disrespectful, Derbyshire would expect probably to have many of their squad available for the Royal London. Should go well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should go well.
All bar Madsen, Deploy and Scrimshaw. Yeah, Rees was away in the first season of the 100, but not this year.
There's James Pattinson from the City End, bowling to Lewis Rees. Just works this off his hip to move on to 46. So players to come in for Madsen, Scrimshaw and Deploy.
Yeah, Tom Wood, certainly.
Tom Wood.
Who's back in action again after his 6-month ban.
Is Hilton Cartwright staying?
No, he's in the 100 for somebody. I don't think they have. I think, Shan Masood obviously will come back from Sri Lanka.
So he's going to play in that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my word.
Yeah. A man with 1,000 championship runs and over 500 T20 runs is going to play in the Royal London.
Yeah.
And I think
he'll be ready for a game as well, I would imagine.
Probably will, having carried a few drinks. He's, I'm fairly sure this is, of all the players who are currently playing cricket, he has the highest 50-over average in the world, which is good news. Useful.
Pattinson bowls this one. Played with all that much conviction. Harry Kane didn't really go anywhere, did he? Just stayed on his crease, chopped it down. I think he was trying to run it down to third man, bottom edged it, and it went on the bounce into a gully area, but quite slowly. So Duckett moved round from slip, got his hand to it, and went to shy at the stumps. And this time, I could see there was nobody backing up, and sort of berated everybody else. Where were you?
Is Duckett a Welsh fireman?
He's the captain of the Welsh firemen.
That's why he had his arms around Leah's Deploy earlier. Then they were having a good old chat.
Captain of the Welsh firemen. Pattinson into bowl. This one very wide of Harry Kane, goes through to the keeper. At least I assume he is. Johnny Bairstow, I think, did it for the first game last year before he went off on international duty, and then Ben took over. I think it's just him this year. Maybe wrong, but I think it's just him.
Yeah, Deploy had a slow start in that competition, but sort of built up quite nicely towards the end. So.
And before that starts, Notts have got a sort of a warm-up game in Norwich. Don't know why I said it like that. Against Norfolk. This one struck, came on the pad. Again, James Pattinson pleading with the umpire to give him a verdict. But to say there was nothing but utter indifference from Tom Moores and the slips would be over-egging it, really. I didn't want to know. In fact, they just carried on their conversation. There was only James Pattinson pleading, imploring the umpire to give him a verdict.
So you're at Norwich?
Yes. Have Derbyshire got a tempting fixture?
Yeah, they're at Shifnal taking on Shropshire.
Will you go and have a look?
Yes, I will.
Yeah,
I will. Never been there.
No.
I'm hoping to. I haven't
been to Norwich, but I've not been to Norwich Cricket Club. Next one is just played up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Durham play Lincoln
at Grantham,
yeah.
And then they come again to play Notts at Grantham a week or two later.
Because Yorkshire are taking on Northumberland, who might have been better off playing Durham, logistically and crowd-wise.
Yeah,
might have made a bit of sense, but
there'll be some reason behind it or not, as the case may be.
Yes.
James Pattinson. 8 overs, none for 14. If a run doesn't ensue, it doesn't. And that's the end of the over. That's not really James Pattinson-like figures, 8 overs, none for 14. You know, you might see him 8 overs, 2 for 35 or something. He'll go for runs, he'll get the edges, he'll tempt the batsman. There might be one or two loose ones, but there's usually a couple of wickets as well. 8 overs, none for 14 is not what you'd normally get from your strike bowler. And, well, he looks as if he's not exactly enjoying his trip to Derbyshire. Perhaps he's not getting much sleep either, of course. New baby in the house, back in Nottingham. Brand new baby. Dad for the second time last week.
I don't envy him that.
You do the feeds on the odd hour. I'll do them on the even.
You do them this week, I'll do them next week.
You do them at night, I'll do them in the daytime.
Yes, yeah.
I'll do them while telly's on, you do them while telly's off. Yeah.
Going to get another man around the bat here, I fancy. Looks like Ben Slater's going into a leg slip, possibly. He's going to put a helmet on anyway.
You'd think they'd have been chatted out, wouldn't you? All the hours they spent this morning together in the dressing room. They've had an absolute chat-a-thon since they've been out on the field. There's obviously lots of theory.
Short leg, silly mid-off, leg slip around the left-handed Lewis Rees. For Liam Patterson-White's next over, the third of his spell, although he seems to have been bowling for about 4 hours now. 113 without loss. So plenty of company for Rees. Patterson-White bowls, goes back into his crease and defends it into the ground, and the umpire decides he can't see.
He might not be able to see on the other side either.
No.
I don't know what happens then.
I've got to stand in front of the fielder. I need a helmet though.
I suppose if you can't see on either side because the field is square, you've just got to make the most of it. You can't ask them to move.
No. Next delivery is defended again after he goes back towards his stumps, pushed out to the offside by Rees.
You can't say, I'm going to stand there, I can't see. If there is a stumping or
Can't give it
a run
out.
out, I can't give it.
That might make the fielder move. Patterson White balls look like a slightly quicker delivery. It's punched into the leg side to James Pattinson by Lewis Rees.
I know I've said in the past when I've been called in just to sort of stand for 10 overs.
Next delivery from Patterson White. It was down the leg side. He almost topples over Lewis Rees, and Moores whips the bails off, but he managed to keep his balance.
Occasionally get these slow bowlers who, for reasons best known to themselves, deliver the ball and then just move across in front of you. So as umpire, you can't see it. You know, you tell them once, you tell them twice, and then you tell them, just won't be able to give anything.
This one is padded away by Rees outside the off stump. Pulled that one from very close to the stumps.
Yeah.
Patterson White. Coming in to complete his 4th over. He's in and bowls, and that one is driven by Lewis Rees for 4 runs. Out towards the cover boundary, even though the outfield has slowed a touch since day one. Certainly that always had the legs to get there, and Lewis Rees reaches 50, his 2nd of the season, with his 6th 4 as well. And it's taken him 172 balls to get there. Derbyshire move on to 117 without loss.
Not the sort of return we're used to seeing and reading and hearing about from Lewis Rees. Just 2 50s by this stage of the season. High quality player.
I said before, it's an entirely new opening partnership, because Rees has been batting down the order. I know he wants to open, that's where he feels most comfortable, but he's been batting at 5 or 6. It's a different dynamic, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
He just hasn't settled into it. So, of course, Shan Masood going away means he can open, and Billy Godleman being left out means that he's batting with Harry Kane.
Thought there was another captain and umpire chat going on, but there wasn't. No.
Ready to change this ball again soon. That'll be the precursor to it. I'll be with you in a couple of overs to change the ball.
So James Pattinson to Harry Kane. 2 slips, Clark and Duckett. Bouncer, wasted. Goes through to the keeper. There's only play at the moment in one Division 1 game, because 3 have finished. Wins for Lancashire, Surrey and Kent earlier in the day. And it's raining at Taunton between Somerset and Yorkshire, so that one likely to finish in a draw. At Cheltenham, in their 2nd innings, Gloucestershire 333 for 9 against Hampshire, but that's a lead of only 77. So Hampshire with a real chance there to leave Cheltenham with a win as Pattinson in again to Harry Kane. Just had to adjust slightly and managed to block it. Nottinghamshire's Zach Chappell on loan with Gloucestershire. He's gone in at number 10 in the order. He's 11 not out. So Chappell at the crease, 3-3-7 for 9 it is now. A lead of 81. And the other two matches in Division 2 would appear to be heading towards a draw. But Sussex have had a bit of a wobble over the last half an hour. They're 94 for 6 at Lords, so they only lead Middlesex by 132. So chance there, you'd say. Sufficient time still for Middlesex to go on and win that, despite Sussex getting 523 in the first innings. Pattinson in again. Lovely shot from Harry Kane. Strokes it through the offside, presumably for 4. Ball's not quite reached the rope yet. He's now touched it, otherwise that would have been an opportunity to run 5, but only just went for 4. Yes, at Lords, how Sussex would that be? 523, 94 for 6. Second time around. Out of that 94, 56 from Ollie Clark, but all 1, all top 7, Pujara 2, Carter 2, Rawlins 7 have all gone.
Strange old side, aren't they?
They are indeed. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire made 584, Glamorgan 288 for 2. Sam North East, who got a ton against Notts last week, has also got 100, as has Colin Ingram. Thanks, ball down the leg side. Cries of catch down to the leg side, and it's Slater down there, can't get anywhere near it. But when they were yelling catch, they didn't know that. They just hoped, beyond hope, that it would go straight down into his lap, but it was 10 yards to his left, 1 bounce, 4. Glamorgan 290 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 584, and they're on day 3, whereas everybody else is on day 4.
We know the reason for that. They're not one that I'm fascinated with next week. Leicestershire started a day late because they had a Women's International on Monday at Grace Road.
It's not an international at Trent Bridge this weekend, is there? No, Headingley. I think I would have known. No, there isn't.
Oh, it's just very strange, but there you go. There'll be a reason. But if they want to tell us, they'll tell us.
No, not even a Rachel Hale Flint game. No, it's James Pattinson. In again, looking for a wicket. Oh, now then it's gone for 4 again. Back-to-back 4s, and it's byes. Goes against Tom Moore's. Swung away, and even further away from both Harry Kane and the diving Tom Moores, and went for 4. Didn't think there'd been a snick from the bottom of Harry Kane's bat. He tried his level best to reach it and couldn't. Could have been called as 5 wides, but no.
Closer to Joe Clark than
Yeah.
the wicketkeeper, wasn't it?
Yeah, it could have been 5 wides, that soft as anything, but no, 4 byes. It was only at the end of Pattinson's last over, wasn't it, where I was saying he does tend to run in and go for runs, but get your wickets, and then all of a sudden 8 have come from 2 deliveries. And again to Harry Kane, who bobs down in his stance, and then plays a textbook forward defensive block up to Fletcher at mid-on, end of the over. 129 without loss. 57 overs remain, so we've had 18 overs today. And Derbyshire have added 50 runs, so decent progress made. Both Kane and Rees have raised their bat. Rees is still 50 not out. Harry Kane has moved on to 60.
A good 30 overs plus with the new ball and the second new ball as well, weren't they? Which could be important. Nottinghamshire.
I think
like a wicket or 2 before that.
Yeah, I think it's fairly fanciful to imagine they can get 10 now in the time and the overs that remain.
If they do bat them out, if they're forced to bat them out to the end, they will have batted about the same length of time they batted in the first innings. Derbyshire, 11 overs in the first innings. 57 left today, and they've had 56 in this innings so far.
I think Notts were 4 wickets down at Cardiff last week. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were 4 wickets down, and Glamorgan called a halt to it with 10 overs to go, and I think that's just about common sense, isn't it?
Patterson White begins a new over. Well, I'd
You know,
say so.
you can get 6 wickets in 1 over, can't you?
Yeah.
And, but sometimes you just know you're not going to leave this until there are 10 deliveries left. Hoping you'll get a wicket every ball.
Patterson White's next delivery is driven straight into Lyndon James. He turned his back on it, hit his foot or his lower leg. He's showing no pain. Very impressive.
There's quite a lot of limb there to get in the way, isn't there?
It's quite narrow. He's ready, crouching down at silly mid-off, and Reese. Hey, I thought he'd edged that through towards the slips for a moment there. I'm not entirely sure how he got there. Either way, it's hit the floor, which is where Reese wanted it.
Certainly seemed to be bat involved. But then the ball didn't react, did it? It just seemed to die.
Unless he edged it onto his pad, but it's very strange. Patterson White in again. He's crouching right down now, Lyndon James at silly mid-off, and fields that as it comes off a pad, I think, into the ground. Just bends down with his right hand. Quite a long way down, but picks it up, throws it back to Patterson White, who's ready to bowl another. This is the kind of pace we want to see the overs bowl at. He's in again, and there's a reverse sweep comes out from Lewis Reese, and he gets 4 runs.
You know, you can't criticise that shot when it's played as well as that. Had he got out, but he didn't, but had he got out, you just thought, what on earth's he doing? They're trying to save a game, but he played it beautifully.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was as soon as it comes out, you think, oh, I hope this goes well.
Yeah.
And it went every bit as well as he would have hoped. Raced it down to what is effectively a wide third man to the left-hander. Nice shot from Lewis Reese. He moves to 54, 133 without loss. A very bright pair of trainers leaving the ground away to the far side of the car park, just got behind the Nottinghamshire van. Just piled full of kit for warm-ups and all sorts of exercises. And a football, no doubt, as this next one is defended off the back foot into the onside. Patterson and Pattinson race towards the ball. Pattinson wins the race, picks up. It's the end of the over, 133 without loss. Harry Kane has 60, Lewis Reese has 54. Harry Kane, potentially for the first time in his professional career, changes gloves.
We're meandering a little bit. Although James Pattinson will, I'm sure, still come steaming in for this next over.
It's the excitement that the first wicket will bring and the energy that it will give Nottinghamshire. It's important that these two don't throw anything away here. Just carry on frustrating and scoring.
It's not as if one wicket's going to open the door towards the tail, because Brooke Guest doing next. Splendid century in the first innings, looked in the very best of form. So too did Wayne Madsen. Deploy dipped out. He doesn't usually miss out too often against Nottinghamshire. Cartwright, high quality player. There's Pattinson bowls. Lovely looking shot here. Work for Luke Fletcher to do, which he, I suppose, partially does. Oh, hang on.
Oh, hello, left knee.
They've taken a single. Luke Fletcher dived to the ground, but on this hard, bone-hard surface, he went down and didn't bounce too well, and he's got up. And even from this distance, you can tell he's in some discomfort, clutching his left knee. James Pattinson went across, put an arm round him. So too Stephen Mullany. They both waved towards the dressing room.
Hopefully it's an impact injury, which it looks like, rather than anything else. Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. No, he's ruined his elbow.
It's the cricketing equivalent of the bends. He went down that quickly. Perhaps got up too soon.
Well, he went down quite quickly, quite slowly, didn't he? But it was an excellent piece of fielding.
It was. He saved 3 runs.
Yeah.
Although if he got down earlier, he would have saved the one that he did concede. He's okay. He's not gone off. He's not crying about it. Pattinson to Reese. My word. Not entirely sure how you'd be expected to lay a bat on that. Had it been white ball cricket, that would certainly have been called. Yes, very short, very... Not as if it was wide, it was high, wasn't it?
Yeah, just badly misdirected, really.
If Lewis Rees was the goalkeeper, this was it. Right into the postage stamp corner. Well away from him.
I thought it was into the stand, really.
Probably, yeah. He'd like to hit one into the stand. There's Pattinson. Passed on by Middlebrook, who hasn't been his friend in this game. And Rees pushes it out into the offside to Kyle van Vollenhoven. I hope they sign him just purely because I enjoy saying his name.
It is a terrific name. He was a South African rugby league player, Tom van Vollenhoven. He played at Wigan, I think, possibly St Helens, one or the other.
Sister clubs, aren't they?
I'll say.
134 without loss. There's Pattinson, bowls to Lewis Rees, happy to defend.
Oh, 4. 4 again.
Wesley and Patterson wide, he'll be. He's down here, he's nowhere near the ball and they've got him on the fence. Crikey, you wait till he gets the opportunity to...
He's weeping.
To see it again at the start of the next over. Takes a great deal of pride in the polishing of the ball, keeping it in a good condition for the seamers. And then Pattinson plays keepy uppy with it. Ball's one that's gone for 4 more buys. Thuds into the board. He's gone down on his on his knees and then on his back. James Pattinson. This was outside the off stump. It kept low. Lewis Rees left it alone. He knew where his off stump was, and somehow between going past the off stump, it deviated so sharply that wicketkeeper Tom Moores had to dive a long way to his right and couldn't reach it. Absolutely bizarre.
One of those in the first innings, didn't he?
Absolutely bizarre.
From the racecourse end that went quite a long way down leg side, and then as poor old Tom Moores moves across just to take it comfortably, it just took off. Astonishing, really.
It's back-to-back overs where Tom Moores has been debited. It's almost like a scam phone call. It's been debited by 8 there. Rees defends up to mid-off. End of the over. Time for me just to pop next door for a minute.
Thanks, Dave. Braithwaite will be back with us very shortly indeed as the players, they're just taking a break. I think the physio is going to come on and have a look at Luke Fletcher. He's sending him off. He said, I don't want any treatment. I'm fine. I'm just limping for effect. Now he throws the ball to Dane Patterson. Good throw as well from some way away. I think young Van Vollenhoven's going to stay on because now it's Joe Clark's turn to go off. Ben Duckett is back. Potentially a report for Radio Derby coming up, who knows? Thank you, Jack. Jack Timon behind the glass today, doing a sterling job as the, I think he's called the producer of the afternoon show. Susan standing in. Susan, you can call yourself what you like. Susan standing in for Sally today. And Liam Patterson-White around the wicket to the right-handed Harry Kame, who pushes this up towards Van Vollenhoven at mid-on, and there's no run. 54 overs after this one for Derbyshire to survive and claim a draw. 320 T as Patterson-White is in and bowls to Harry Kane, who defends it out into the onside, and there's no run. Kane waits. Patterson-White, a quicker delivery. It's clipped into the leg side. There might be 2 here. Van Vollenhoven is no, there's only 1. He slid in and picked up, stood up as he picked up. That's a brilliant piece of filling. I don't have no idea how they do that. Keeps them down to a single. Kane moves on to 62, 139 without loss now. We've got these water containers. We've got water in cardboard containers here. The cap is 100% plant-based, made from sugar cane. How do they do that? Patterson White bowls, and it's turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. There's no run. What's happening here? Next delivery from Patterson White. Reverse sweep comes out, strikes the pad. Big appeal, but not out, says the umpire. And they're going to go through for a couple of leg byes here. He was successful with the reverse sweep in the previous over. He got a boundary from it. On this occasion, did they signal leg bye then? I'm not sure whether the umpire signalled leg bye. Yes, they did. 141 without loss. 2 leg byes. 0 for 26. Patterson White is in again, and this one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. The end of the over. 54 to go now. Derbyshire 141 without loss following on. They still trail by 159. That's pretty much immaterial. I think it's Susan. It is Susan, isn't it? Tell me it's Susan. Somebody in some yellow. What? Ooh. Jono's in the ground. He's wearing yellow. When he says he's wearing yellow, my word, that's yellow. Here is James Pattinson from the City end, beginning a new over, bowling to Harry Kane, who turns it into the leg side for a single. He moves on to 63. 142 without loss. Afternoon, Susan. Yes, they're doing well as well here. 142 without loss. The scenario is they've basically got to about 75 overs today to save the game. Well, we've only got 53 overs and 5 balls remaining now. Lewis Rees, his second half century of the season, he's on 54. Harry Kane, his first half century of his career in first-class cricket, he's on 63. And so far, not too many alarms for the batsman as the ball goes past the edge of Lewis Rees's bat. Keep quiet, Dave Fletcher. Derbyshire 142 without loss. There are 53 overs and 4 balls to go.
Sorry, I nearly laughed then.
Sorry, Sue, I couldn't hear a word there because Dave Bracegirdle's talking in the other microphone just at the moment. Say that again. Say that again. Oh, yes. I haven't seen any of the series. I understand it's excellent, though, isn't it? The Build It and They Will Come Field of Dreams theory. Yeah, I must catch up with it on the iPlayer. Thank you. Sorry, Dave. 142 without loss, so 146 without loss. Now, as an edge that goes through the slip cordon and away for 4 runs down to third man. Yes, the one problem with the setup that I've got is that Dave can't hear the feed that I'm getting from from Derby. I can't hear any feed from Nottingham either.
What were they asking you about, Freddie's series?
Yes, I think they're going to be talking about it later on. So I haven't seen it at all yet. I must see it because I hear very good things about it.
I've not seen it. I thought at first when I heard about it, perhaps another gimmicky Top Gear type thing, but no, far from it. I believe it's presenting cricket in a good light and bringing youngsters into the game.
Which can only be good.
Here's Pattinson halfway through his 11th over. Things are starting to happen in one way or another when he's bowling. He fields off his own bowling here and lobs it to a Seabermead. Not necessarily for Nottinghamshire. There's been certainly an increase in the run rate. But Fletcher's still looking at his knee. Well, looking at his flannels, he's obviously not looking at his knee. He went down. Who was it? Was it Blaster Bates, Fred Dibner? Was it them that used to get the dynamite and blast down chimneys and you'd see them topple over? As Pattinson bowls, cut away elegantly for 4 by Lewis Rees. Lovely looking shot, sat up And away they went for 4. What were those power stations on the side of the motorway? Tinsley, near Rotherham area.
Ferry Bridge.
No, they're still there, aren't they?
No, they've gone.
Have they been
the cooling
demolished?
Towers have gone near the A1 and the M62
Oh, I
junction.
didn't know.
Yeah, they've gone.
I've not been that.
So there's another one. It's the ones near Sheffield.
Yeah, Tinsley, something or other.
yeah,
Anyway, it went down like they went down. But who were the Blaster Bates and Fred Dibner?
Fred Dibner was the man from Bolton who used to take chimneys down.
Yeah.
He used to climb
Do
up
you remember
to the
Fred
top of them.
Blaster Bates? I think he was before him.
Yeah.
I think Fred succeeded Blaster. Next ball pushed into the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Ben Slater. He used to do a half an hour show and dispersed it with
Steeplejack.
that's it. That's a brilliant word.
I've been desperately trying to get it from the back of my mind. I knew what it was, but I couldn't dredge it up.
Well, I was trying to form it, and all I kept getting was lumberjack, which is a completely different thing.
Yeah, Fred Dibner was
From there, you end up
from Bolton.
talking about Monty Python. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. How the mind works. Dave Palmer says it's fascinating listening to you both. He might have put there in brackets or listening to how both your minds work. But anyway, fascinating listening to you both. You might have noticed that according to the back of his shirt right now, Pattinson is actually atting so he's obviously
lost the P
he's
as
lost
well,
the P
has
as
he
well.
No.
Thanks, Dave. We hadn't noticed. He's largely been at the far end of the ground from us, as he is now. In fact, he's chatting to umpire. Look at him chatting to umpire Middlebrook. You'd think he's been caught with his hand in the biscuit tin again.
I'm more concerned about the fact that there might be some more rain on the way, because there's a gentleman at the far end of the ground who looks like a lifeguard in a yellow top and red shorts. He knows who he is because he's already messaged me, but he looks like a lifeguard. Is he wearing? It's Radio Derby colleague Jonathan Baker, who's down there at the far end of the ground, having finished his shift for the day. Loves his cricket.
Nice top.
Patterson pulls and it's played back to him by Harry Kane. I think he's listening as well, so in about 10 seconds.
He's smiling.
Yeah.
He's smiling.
He's always smiling, Jono.
Does look like a sporting top. There is a logo and fancy manufacturer's logo on the other side.
It
of
might
the
look like a sporting top, but he's not really a sporty type of person, Jono. He says he is, but Patterson White around the wicket again, came defence, straight to the man at silly mid off.
Does he not have friends? He's stood on his own.
Oh, he's got lots of friends, I think, Jono. Yeah, lots of friends. Well, acquaintances.
They don't want to come to the cricket with him, though,
Well, it's
obviously.
difficult on a working day.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too uncharitable to the poor man. Borussia Dortmund, apparently, as this one is defended by
What, the top?
Harry Kane, back to Patterson White.
I'd like to go there. They get a fair amount of atmosphere at their games, don't they?
That big end, haven't they, where
Yeah.
everybody stands, yeah.
It's supposed to be very cheap as well.
Defended by Kane again out into the offside.
Price of a Bundesliga ticket.
They're all quite reasonable, aren't they? Yeah.
150 up.
I missed that. 150 gone, 150 to go. This one goes past the edge of Harry Kane's bat this time. Good ball from Patterson White to finish off the over, a maiden over. Derbyshire 150 without loss. Came on 63 and recent 62.
Yeah, you just wonder what else Notts can do. They've tried a little bit of shock and awe from James Pattinson. They've tried the skiddy Dane Patterson. Luke Fletcher's tried to run in and grind out a wicket. Stephen Mullaine's wobbled it. Oh, we are going to get the answer to my question. A man whose figures, I would say, in all probability,
Time to ruin them, isn't it?
yeah, in all probability will be ruined. But you know, it could be one on the end column. 4 overs, 4 maidens, none for none, Ben Slater. But he came on against Derbyshire at Trembridge and got Alex Thompson, and came on against Middlesex and had Max Holden given out caught at slip, one that he clearly didn't hit. So things tend to happen. Is this your end or mine? There's Ben Slater. Oh, he's only coming in off 2 paces, but
Lost his run.
he'd forgotten to stride out those 2 paces. Stephen Mullaney, the captain, is at slip, and he's trying to get the attention of Dane Patterson at long leg, trying to move him around squarer. There he goes. Slats is on, says Mark. Yep, I'm watching Mark. Here is Slats bowling to Lewis Rees. Rach says maybe Pato had a hankering to be a magician, just testing out the possibilities for names that work well with the great in front of them. Yeah, the great Atkins, though. Next one is defender. The second time this game, Rach, I've thought of magicians, because Mitch was on the ground, wasn't he? Mitch Wagstaff, the Derbyshire 12th man. Of course, in cricket, Magic Mitch is Mitch Claydon, who was well known for being a little bit of a press. Oh, there's a caught behind. Slater appealing. Moores celebrates. The umpire says no. Lewis Rees stands there. And not out is the verdict. Maybe that's just payback time for the Max Holden one I was just telling you about at Trent Bridge, where looked pretty clear, pretty conclusive on the replays in the Middlesex match that he didn't hit it. Nowhere near it, in fact. On this occasion, though, surely Tom Moores would have known.
I thought so, wouldn't you?
Not out anyway. There's Slater in again, proving himself to be a nuisance, and Rees pushes it back. Yes, Mitch Claydon, who I think has now finished, but played for Durham and then went down to Kent. He was a bit of a part-time prestidigitator, or whatever the word is, magician, with the old kids' parties and all that sort of stuff. Next ball is pushed away square of the wicket on the offside. There's no run. Always looked like a nightclub bouncer. Get him and Luke Fletcher alongside each other, and you've got
It was a substantial man, wasn't it?
yeah. You've got Max and Paddy from Phoenix Knights, haven't you, outside your door? But, yeah, he was into the old magic. Next delivery. Push back to Slater, end of the over. Maiden. So his figures have improved. 5 overs, 5 maidens for Ben Slater. And he will certainly take a photograph of that and get it framed, I'm sure.
Still not quite. Can't quite still believe that he didn't get a wicket though. He's got his hands on his hips. He's getting a hug from James Pattinson, of course he is.
He's saying welcome to the club, mate. He gives nothing.
Yeah. Nice hug there.
Yeah.
Between the two of them. So I'm going to continue with spin from both ends.
He gives nothing.
Ben Slater replaces his protector, which he'd taken out to bowling.
He's chatting, Pattinson is chatting to the umpire. They're trying to get a reason why it wasn't given.
I imagine the answer will be because I didn't think he hit it, but Patterson wide in and balls. That one's left alone by Harry Kane. We've only seen one really bad leave in this game so far. Poor old Sam Connors. It was a shocker. I'm told it was a completely straight ball. Then he left and it clattered into his stumps to bring an end to Derbyshire's first innings. Patterson wide in again. And he was the bowler at the time. That one does turn and it's taken by Tom Moores behind the stumps.
The answer, Andrew, is I don't know. He says, Dave, do you know if Holden was fined for his terrible behaviour as he walked back to the dressing room?
Yeah.
I don't, Andrew. I have no idea. Sorry, I didn't see anything about that.
Next delivery is playing off the back foot out into the offside. You generally don't
sympathise with him, though.
you don't generally find out for about 3 or 4 weeks anyway, do you? And then you get an email that's hidden away in all the other emails, and you tend not to open them. That's usually what happens to them in my email account. Is that one is defended into the leg side by Harry Kane.
I used to enjoy reading them. There was a time where I was getting them regularly from the disciplinary committee, but I don't seem to get them anymore. It's perhaps because I mentioned them and liked them.
Next delivery is a full one, and it's clipped away into the leg side for runs here for Harry Kane. He's going to get at least 2. I think he's probably going to settle for 2 as Dane Patterson catches up with the ball. Almost slides too early, but manages to hold on to the ball. Kane moves on to 65.
I mean, in this game
52.
alone, we've had Lyndon James, give every indication / show mild dissent at a decision.
Patterson wide in, defended by Kane.
The same appeared to me to Leas Deploy. My thought on commentary was he can't have hit that, but apparently he did hit it,
Well,
and you think they were showing it. But it looked so disappointed. And of course, then there was the other thing that we're not, don't really know what happened, but a real old finger wagging from not only one umpire but two umpires to James Pattinson. It really was a headmaster telling off a naughty pupil, and the captain was brought across, and you can only imagine the conversation. If he does that again, we'll give him 100 lines in detention. But you don't know if these things are, then going to feature in a report and end up with whatever they call it, 3 demerit points and a note on your driving licence. Slater bowling to Lewis Rees, who can't get him away. Pushed out to Duckett, who as ever wants to throw at the stumps. We're inside the final 50, Dave. We're in the home straight.
Counting down.
That's 56, there's 300. So 299 balls remain. I wouldn't have thought we'd have more than 200 of them. Next one's worked away, and Slater's conceded a run. Get him off, Skip. Played away on the leg side, and Rees is now within 2. Harry Kane 65, Lewis Rees 63. Partnership of 153.
I'm just glad he's conceded a run, really. I didn't think I'd ever seen him bowl. I said yesterday I'd seen him bowl 3 times prior to the game at Trent Bridge.
It's not memorable, is it?
Well, no, clearly. 16 and 17 I saw him bowling, but I don't remember it.
He's now going to bowl to the right-hander. I'm sure we'll be telling everybody that that's his preferred choice. It's not, because Harry Kane says enough of this nonsense and slaps him away for 4 over to our right, the scoreboard side of the ground.
It's getting expensive now.
None for 5. Perhaps bowling for declarations here.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the set knots, won't it, in the 4th innings of the game.
Derbyshire trail by 143. 157 without loss. Next delivery on its way, and played away onto the leg side. There's no run. We only had 1 wicket. Went down in the entirety of the first day. So far, no wickets on day 4. A nice way to bookend this one, wouldn't it, as it disappears into the annals of history. Harry Kane takes another single. Joe Clark doing a bit of running about. Keeps them to 1. 158 without loss, and Harry Kane on to 70.
Well, it will always be remembered for the Duckett and Hamid partnership of in excess of 400. A double century for Ben Duckett and a century for Hasib Hamid.
Then there'll be an asterisk underneath. Ben Slater bowled 5 consecutive maidens. Next ball on its way, turns gently past Lewis Rees into the gloves of Moores. 158 without loss here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Derby. Half an hour to go until tea at 3:30. So the scheduled final session will be 3:40 until 6 o'clock. It's all about, I think, getting to the 16 overs to go mark, and then I'm sure Lewis Deploy and Stephen Mullaney might do the right thing.
The longer these two bat, the less chance, and I don't think there's any chance now of Brooke Guest achieving something that nobody's achieved in Derbyshire history. Patterson White around the wicket, bowling to Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside. No Derbyshire batsman has scored a century in each innings twice. Full stop. Not even just in one season, but twice. He's done it once this season.
He's got his work cut out, hasn't he?
I don't think he's going to do it in this match. Next delivery is it starts off reasonably wide and turns wider.
I didn't realise we were so close to Skegness.
You don't often hear gulls here, to be fair.
Well, there's a beach in Nottingham now, isn't there? I just heard Radio Nottingham saying the programmes are coming from the beach in the Market Square on Monday.
It's defended by Harry Kane. That sun's blown in a long way, hasn't it?
It has.
Blimey.
The beach.
Nottingham Beach. Patterson White is going to go over the wicket. That's because it's Harry Kane. Silly mid-off. Silly mid-off short, like that one goes into the wicket-keeper's gloves. short leg. The man at short gully, there's a slip, there's a leg slip as well. Patterson White's in once more and bowls. Defended by Harry Kame out into the offside.
It's harder and harder to nail it down to 4 specific positions, because after each ball they'll move a yard this way or a yard that way. And
yes, it doesn't take much. I've said many times, and just this commentary doesn't take much to confuse me, as this next one is defended up towards mid-off. Patterson White trots across to pick the ball up. It's the end of the over. It was another maiden for Liam Patterson White. The 7th he's bowled in his 19 overs, 0 for 28 his figures. Derbyshire 158 without loss. Harry Kame 70, Lewis Rees 63.
bit more Slater. Difficult to know from the Notts perspective what else Stephen Mullane and his side can do. From the Derbyshire angle, of course, I'm sure Mickey Arthur's very proud of what his side have done in this game. Pretty much from 10:30 on Tuesday, fair to say, in every respect they've been up against it. It wasn't easy on the first day of the match. Those stifling conditions as Lewis Rees helps this into the onside. Plenty of gaps out there. They take 2. Rees on to 65, 160 without loss. Because we'll never know how the contest would have panned out had the coin come down slightly differently, had it taken an extra hop and landed on tails instead of heads. Next delivery pushed out to Duckett in the covers, no run. Fabulous partnership between Duckett and Amid, has to be said. 402, only the second 400 plus partnership in Nottinghamshire's history. Depending on how severe your definition of a drop chance is, as James Pattinson makes a diving stop here, and he might have gone down on his arm at mid-on. He's prevented a run. Lewis Rees missing out there on a full toss, but yeah, depending on your definition of a drop chance, there might have been 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 drops in that partnership of 400. But can't take anything away from Amid and Duckett. Single is eventually picked up by Lewis Rees.
I would say only 2 definites. 2 definites.
161 without loss.
But you're right, it takes nothing away from the magnificence of the partnership. It was just terrific.
Harry Kame 70, back on strike, 2 balls left in this over. Again, Notts trying something different with a couple of catching mid-wickets in there. Duckett and Lyndon James. Ball is hit past Duckett. There is the Bulwell bomber himself, Luke Fletcher, doing the fielding. I'm sure those power stations called Tinsley something. They all came down in a controlled explosion. Played on. Slater's got another wicket. Derbyshire is bogey side. 2 of his 3 first-class wickets have come, and he's on a little lap of honour. Is it Imran Tahir out there? Just look at him go. Just look at him go. He's run all the way to Dane Patterson, who picks him up. And what a celebration. What a sad way for Harry Kame to depart. Playing on to Ben Slater for a career best 70. And the partnership is broken with 161 on the board. Notts need 9 more. It's not going to happen, but Ben Slater has got his 3rd first-class wicket. Harry Kame bowled for 70.
Still 139 away from avoiding the innings defeat here, Derbyshire. Well batted, Harry Kame. It was a big innings for him. He looks as disappointed as you might expect as he raises his bat, as he walks towards the boundary's edge. He could see 3 figures beckoning. He'll get there at some point. That is the Shan Masood, the highest score by an opening batsman this season for Derbyshire. Lewis Rees will be hoping to overtake that. He's on 66 not out. He's going to be joined now by a man who hasn't quite got time, or has he? 47 overs left in the day. We probably won't get there. It's Brooke Guest, who's been on the field as long as anybody. same as Hasiba Mead, probably. Thinking about it, but not far off. But he has been keeping wicket and batting the entire time he's been out there. So he's had the helmet on or off, and he's had the gloves on and the pads on, and supremely fit.
Yeah. He's had a wonderful match. Don't want to spoil it now. To a certain extent, with a brief visit in this innings. I'm sure it won't happen. It won't really take any gloss off, as Dave says, what a magnificent innings he played first time round, and what a fine job he did with the gloves. If anything, I just want to take a little bit of form into next week's match with handy little 30, 40, 50 not out here at least. 161 for 1, Slater with a wicket.
92 runs in the match for Harry Kane. A decent return in his first game over the campaign.
Enough to keep his place?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. New over, Patterson White bowling to Rees, who goes back into his crease and defends it. Just a little more energy out there. Not a huge amount of energy, but a little more energy out there from the Nottinghamshire fielders, as you might expect, having got the first breakthrough. This next delivery is defended by Rees. In it to win it. No idea what that's about. You bowl it, that's in it to win it. There'll be plenty more of that as the afternoon goes on. Patterson White bowls and Rees plays it into the ground. It comes back up and hits his bat a second time. Already at the non-strikers end. Brooke Guest is doing some shadow batting. Patterson White is in again. The sweep is out. It's gone up in the air, but it's gone over the head of Luke Fletcher at short backward square leg and gone all the way for 4 runs. And Rees moves on to 70, 165 for 1 Derbyshire. Joint second highest score by an opener other than Shan Masood this season.
As Chris Morley's just put, that was a proper celebration from Ben Slater. Really made me laugh, he says. Say he works really hard on his bowling with Kevin Shine in the nets in between the games. Wants to be regarded as a bowler.
Wants to be an all-rounder.
Yeah.
This one is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Back towards the bowler by the hand of Lyndon James at...
Thank you, Lord Greystoke. Thank you. It's called Tinsley Viaduct and their cooling towers, Dave. There we are. That's what I was trying to think of, but I'm an idiot. Thank you.
Next delivery is pushed up towards mid-off again by Lewis Rees, intercepted by Patterson White. End of the over, 165 for 1 with Rees on 70 and Guest yet to face the ball.
Anyway, there was famous footage of them being blown up, a controlled explosion. Down they went. Well, that was a little bit like how Luke Fletcher went down to try and stop that ball, and it hit him on the... Well, I don't think the ball hit him on the knee. I think it was his knee hitting the ground, wasn't it, that jarred the big lad. Tinsley Viaduct. You've heard of that?
Yes, yes. That is, as you look to your left going north on the Tinsley Viaduct, it's where Meadowhall is.
Yeah, it's that sort of area, yeah, you got Meadowhall one way, Rotherham the other. 165 for 1. So there he is. Ben Slater. Final day of the Middlesex match. The only wicket was taken by Ben Duckett. I wonder if the final day of this match, the only wicket will be taken by Ben Slater. It's a strange old world we live in. Strange times. Here he is. Fairly gentle, slow stuff. Perhaps described as off-spin.
I'd like to ask what kind of spin it was.
Well, first one's played down in the ground. No run. It's a big play of positioning the ball right in the fingers and then bowls to Brooke Guest, who's up and running by guiding it away on the offside. Mulaney Fields.
Well, the protocol is you can't use saliva anymore, can you, on a ball? But you can still lick your fingers and put your fingers on the ball to bowl with. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Make sense of that, if you will.
Yeah.
166 for 1.
News just started in my ears there.
Yes. Just see this delivery. Don't want to miss an award-winning Ben Slater delivery. It's bowling to Lewis Rees, the left-hander, who's very watchfully back towards his stumps, plays it out into the offside, doesn't even reach Ben Duckett, who comes in and picks it up, and I'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Dave. Dave Bracegirdle back with us, as he says, very soon, as we continue this final day at the Incora County Ground. Slater bowls, and he's cut away by Lewis Rees. Chase on here for Ben Duckett, but I'm not sure whether Ben Duckett's going to... Oh, he is. The ball is... No, it's not. The ball was slowing up, and I thought for a moment he might put the dive in, but he decided against it. And Rees moves on to 74, and Derbyshire to 170 for 1. Didn't lose a wicket before Jono arrived. Derbyshire, I'm not pinning it all on him. I'm just putting it out there. 170 for 1. They're still in a very good position to save this game. Another 130 would mean that each run would be worth double. This next one is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees. Fairly certain he doesn't want to get out to Ben Slater for various reasons. I won't go into here. Next delivery is turned down towards fine leg. And it's not going to have the energy to get all the way to the boundary. They've run 2 and they'll come back for 3 leg byes. They'll move up to 173 without loss. Jono's gone, so the collapse can now stop again. Two batsmen having a chat. That was the last ball of the over, was it? It was. 3 leg byes off the final ball of the over. 173 for 1. Rees has 74. Guest just the single. He's back at the non-striker's end. Patterson White begins a new over from the racecourse end. Bowls to Lewis Rees, who dabs it into the ground, and there's no run. Update for Radio Derby coming up. Well, they've just lost their first wicket here, Sally. They're 173 for 1, but still no sign of any panic amongst the Derbyshire ranks. Harry Kane, bowled by Ben Slater, the former Derbyshire opening batsman, who's a very occasional bowler. He chopped the ball onto his stumps. He was dismissed for 70. Lewis Rees has 74 and Brooke Guest has 1. And Derbyshire still trail by plenty, 127 in fact, but they've got 44 and a half overs in which to bat. I mean, if they get through those, then they will have secured a draw. They're currently 173 for 1. We have 17 minutes to go until tea as Patterson White is in again over the wicket. Bowls to Rees, who defends. Fairly sure that with these 2 bowlers on, that Nottinghamshire are hastening towards that new ball. 11 overs after this one, the second new ball will become available. As this one is slapped down the ground. Patterson White can't get to it as he dives across in front of the stumps, and Rees will pick up 2 as it's fielded there by Joe Clark down below us to our left-hand side. Rees moves on to 76. Derbyshire to 175 for 1. Last day here, but plenty more sporting action to come. Our local sides, Burton in action tonight. Derby County in action tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock against Leicester City. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside. And there's no run. The Brewers take on Sheffield United this evening, 7:30, 1 o'clock for the Rams tomorrow afternoon. Hopefully get news and reaction from both on BBC Radio Derby over the course of Saturday. Derbyshire 175 for 1. Rees has 76. Guest has 1. We have 44 overs to go. So there will be 33 overs with the new ball. So it'll be good for about 15 of them. Then it'll soften and we'll all get back to normal. Ben Slater's going to continue from the city end. Well, when they're ready, obviously. Not going to do it just yet because there's still fielders moving all over the place. And Hassi Hamid's on his knees at second slip. Slater bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends up towards mid-on. Gets nowhere near mid-on because it had nothing on it at all. And Ben Duckett comes in to pick up.
That was a Trescothic thing, wasn't it? I saw him do it a time or two on his knees.
Hilton Cartwright did it up at Durham last week. This next one is played off the back foot by Brooke Guest, back towards Ben Slater, who fields up his own bowling.
Didn't last for long. He was just crouching for that one, more conventionally.
Keeping himself amused, I think. Mulaney at first slip, Hamid at second. This one is pulled into the leg side quite violently for 4 runs by Brooke Guest. He was a little out of shape when he played that shot, but it was effective nonetheless as he gets his first boundary. 5 from 5 balls to Brooke Guest. 179 for 1. He knows that nobody in a Derbyshire shirt has scored a century in each innings twice, because I told him last night, I said no pressure. Nobody's ever done it. Every time we speak to him, we talk about Bill Storer, because it's Bill Storer's records that he's gunning for. Slater bowls and it's defended by Brooke Guest.
These are all batting records as a wicketkeeper.
Yes, David Griffin has found something fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Storer was sort of around late 1800s, early 1900s. This next delivery from Slater is full and it's whipped into the leg side, straight to Ben Duckett by Brooke Guest. Storer, whenever he got his runs, his centuries as a wicketkeeper, in every single match that he did it, Slater is in again and bowls to Guest. And that's turned up towards mid-on. And there's no run. End of the over, 179 for 1. Storer actually took his pads off and bowled, and he picked up wickets in all of those games as well. So that doesn't detract from his feats, clearly, but he wasn't keeping wicket for the entire time, whereas Brooke Guest has kept wicket for the entire time, but he's got his 4 centuries so far this season. I don't know whether that makes it better or worse, but Bill Storer was one of those figures at the turn of the 19th century to the 20th century. Derbyshire, of the batsmen who've averaged 50 or more for Derbyshire, have all come in recent years, relatively recent years, apart from Storer, who averaged more than 50 at that time, which is truly astonishing. Played on ploughed fields a lot back then.
And there's Liam Patterson-White in to bowl this anything but a ploughed field. Nice and flat as Rees whips it onto the leg side. He moves on to 78 with that too. Not sure if they're expecting bad weather at Cheltenham or what on earth's going on, but Hampshire bowled Gloucestershire out an hour or so ago. Hampshire required 82 to win. So 82 to win, what is it, 3 o'clock? You'd imagine there's lots and lots and lots of time left. Next delivery on its way, and it's defended and chasing 82. They are 70 for 4 after 8. After 8 overs. Organ out 17 from 9 balls, Vince out 24 from 16, Gubbins 8 from 17, and Fuller 9 from 5. 71 now at the start of the 9th. The next delivery is whipped away. There's going to be runs here, and it will go for 4. Nice looking shot by Lewis Rees, again getting the better of Liam Patterson-White. Like I say, I can only presume there's the threat of imminent very wet weather, and Hampshire wanted to get it done and dusted.
Dark clouds in the near distance.
Yeah, 71 for 4 after 8 in a championship match with seemingly still 3 hours left to play, but obviously not. 185 for 1.
It might be more, because that was one of the games where they're making up time on the last on the 3 final days after having a shortened first day.
Can only imagine it's that, but we don't know. 185 for 1 here. Patterson-White bowls. Rees absolutely wonderful in defence, as he has been in attack. while since Lewis Rees had a three-figure score?
Yes, I was hoping you would ask me that. No idea. Would have been last season, certainly.
He's on 82. Next delivery is, again, nicely blocked. He's being very restrained. Has to be a temptation, I guess, if you play an absolute peach of a shot, goes out the middle of the bat, races away to the boundary. Would have felt wonderful to try and then repeat it, but he's not. He's gone back into being very selective, very careful. Oh, and he's perhaps going to go down in Dave Fletcher's book here of having a life. It's turned round the corner at catchable height, but is the fielder down on the ground? Lyndon James will just check. No, it's not.
Slater.
It's Ben Slater, yeah.
Can't do anything right, the lad, can
He was at leg slip. It was whipped very, very quickly, and it almost struck him rather than he reacted to get to the ball, but down it went.
Lewis Rees dropped.
They took a single. So Rees keeps strike. He's on 83, 186 for one. Yeah, went very, very quickly indeed, but I suppose that's what he's there for.
That was, that was going to be my retort.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed and glad that you've said it in equal measure, because there's no point in fielding there if you're not going to hold on to the catches when they come. Really, it's just for show otherwise, isn't it?
Well, just have a bit of a chat to the batsman.
Well, yes, it was a tough chance. He's now got a chance to bowl him out if he can. First delivery from Slater is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Rees. Fielded by Lyndon James, who's in at extra cover.
Not entirely sure it was ever in the hands.
No, I'm not. Around the wicket he comes again. Loops the ball towards Lewis Rees, who pushes it out to Lyndon James.
Just whipped quickly, seemed to strike him. He's only 2 or 3 paces away from the bat, seemed to strike him and go down.
It's there, really, for the one that comes off the inside edge, isn't it? It goes down the leg side, not the one that's pulled around the corner, because that makes it almost impossible. This one's defended back to the on side of the stumps at the far end. It's a bit like fielding at short third man and short fine leg in T20. You're not there for any real reason, other than you've got to have a couple of men inside the circle, and that's where they go. Slater's in again, and that one is swept by Lewis Rees, but straight to Dane Patterson. Down to our right-hand side. Picks up a single, moves to 84, 187 for one. Conventional sweep shot on this occasion. He's tried 2 reverses, one that went very well and one that could have ended in disaster.
Tee about 7 minutes away.
Slater bowls, and this one's defended by Brooke Guest. But potentially more pertinently, 8 overs after this one until the second new ball's available.
Finished at Taunton, rain, match abandoned as a draw in Division 1, Somerset and Yorkshire.
It's rained a lot there. I think it rained there on the hottest day of the year. This one is left alone outside the off stump by Brooke Guest. It's the last ball of the over, one from it, 187 for one. Rees 84, Guest 5.
And now finished in that game I was just telling you about at Cheltenham. 82 for 4 after 9.3 overs. Hampshire defeated Gloucestershire by 6 wickets. So there we are. So there's no cricket left in Division 1. There are just 3 matches left, all in Division 2. On the final day at Lords, Sussex 126 for 7 now, leading Middlesex by 164. And on day 3 at Grace Road, Glamorgan 328 for 3, replying to Leicestershire's 584.
Kevin Helms has got a decision to make there, hasn't he?
Well, it's the England game on, isn't there? Or are they playing at Manchester? This one's dropped on the leg side. I'm not sure if they're playing. Inspection at 3:30 at Old Trafford, the ODI match between England and South Africa. So, bit of county championship cricket, no doubt, on 5 Live Sports Extra. Patterson White now to bowl to Brooke Guest, who has got 4 round him. We've seen that Brooke Guest block a time or 2 during this game. Patterson White does his own fielding. Pato gets a pat on the back from Pato. Dane Patterson. Next delivery. Tossed up and driven back to the bowler by Brooke Guest. They've already added 27 in this partnership, which a little surprising. It just seems as if Brooke Guest only just walked out of the dressing room. Next ball on its way. It's again blocked by the aforementioned Derbyshire wicket-keeper. Talked all about his potential batting records he could break. I guess for as long as Bob Taylor is around, his records are never going to be broken for his glove work. This one's dropped on the leg side. They'll take a single. Dane Patterson doing the fielding, 189 for one.
No, absolutely regarded as, in these parts, certainly it's probably the finest wicket-keeper ever.
Yeah, same as Chris Reed. It'll be a long time before anybody takes 1,000 first-class dismissals behind the stumps for knots, as long as Tom Moores or indeed his successors down the line play the game. End of the over with another defensive push, this time by Rees. He stays 85, Guest 6, Derbyshire 189 for one.
A couple more overs before tea, possibly. Slater will bowl his 11th over of the match and his 7th over of this spell. 6 overs, 1 for 19 today. 4 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 0 yesterday. He's already in position. Nobody else is, but Ben is. 189 for one. 40 overs to go. Or less. Slater bowls and is defended by Brooke Guest with the front foot so far down the pitch. I think Ben Slater could have tied his shoelace for him there. Blimey. 2 slips. Short mid-wicket. And the ball goes out towards cover. That's a good stop by Liam Patterson-White. Just moving swiftly to his right and gathering it in his right hand. If that had gone through, Guess might have been in business. He's on 6. Slater bowls to him and he turns this one into the leg side for a single towards Ben Duckett, who actually on that occasion showed no intention of throwing the ball at any stumps. 190 for one. Slater's in again, and this one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees for another single. Patterson-White around from mid-wicket to do the fielding towards square leg. Reached to 86.
Because Ben Slater is working on his bowling average here.
Top of the averages soon, won't he? If he isn't already. His next delivery is defended by Guest.
Of course, as you very well know, he didn't take any wickets at all in his time for Derbyshire. No. So before this game, 297 balls bowled in first-class cricket, 2 for 180, average 90. So he's brought that down a little bit with his wicket today.
And again, that was a slightly flatter delivery. He looks disappointed with that one. Ben Slater is defended by Brooke Guest into the onside.
But this season, 2 for 59. So he's had a few opportunities for Nottinghamshire this season. So all that work going in through the winter and in between matches with Kevin Shine paying off. 2 for 59. He's 1 for 21 for today. So that's 3 for 80.
Your batting average has to be higher than your bowling average to be classed as an all-rounder.
Yeah. 191 for one, Derbyshire. Final over, I think, before tea. Oh, this one's spun quite sharply from Patterson-White. Probably gone over the top. Yeah, this will be the last over, the 75th over, so second new ball will be available shortly after tea. Next one is defended by Lewis Rees. Don't quite think it'll be the Middlesex match where they handed it to Ben Duckett and Joe Clark. You two might as well have a bowl.
They'll have a burst, won't they? They'll have a proper burst and see what happens, I suppose.
Next ball defended by Lewis Rees. So normally we run through all the wickets that have gone down in the session, so I'll do that now. Harry Kane bowled Ben Slater for 70. There we are, we've done that. 191 for one. It's been a really good session for Derbyshire. Edge, the wicket has gone! Liam Patterson-White has got Lewis Rees, and he won't get his 100. He's gone for 86, and that'll be tea. Sharp catch by Mullany at slip. Doesn't grasp many there, Stephen Mullaney. And Liam Patterson-White gets his 33rd victim of the season. Just a little bit of turn. Lewis Rees couldn't resist. He went hard at it. He's been playing with soft hands. Very restrained through the bulk of his innings, but went hard at that one. Edged it, and Stephen Mullaney pouched the catch. And it will be T at 191 for 2. And that second new ball, 5 overs away.
Yes, there's got a bit of work to do here, Derbyshire. That's a disappointing way for the session to end. A hugely disappointing way for Lewis Rees, who was just 14 away from what would have been his first century of the season. And the two men who were here at the start of the day, Harry Kane, 70, and Lewis Rees, 86, are both gone now. So when we return in around about 20 minutes' time, Brooke Guest will be not out on 7. Wayne Madsen will walk out alongside him to begin his second innings, and there will be 38 overs and 2 balls left. And the new ball is 5 overs and 2 balls away. 4 balls away. It's something away anyway, not far off. We'll be back in 20 minutes' time or so. In and balls to Reed. 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 Go in and balls to Reed. Go in and balls to Reed.
Dave doesn't get a minute off and the players are back out there. Welcome back. If you're just joining us for the final session of this match, whether it's on the live streams provided by Derbyshire County Cricket Club, link on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, or whether it's the audio version you're listening to via the BBC Sport website and app, you're very welcome to the County Ground derby for the last knockings one way or another of this match in Division 2 between Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Notts top of the table, Derbyshire 5th going into this round of games. Bound to go a little higher. They've guaranteed enough bonus points already to put themselves above Worcestershire in the table. The only question is whether Nottinghamshire will somehow be able to winkle out 8 wickets in 38.4 overs. The cricket we've seen so far would suggest that that's highly, highly unlikely, but that's why we keep watching, isn't it? You never know what's going to happen. We do have a new batsman at the crease.
Well, in years gone by, we did know what was going to happen, but this season we certainly don't know what's going to happen with Derbyshire. I think this time last year they'd have lost by now.
Second new ball is just around the corner, isn't it? Nottinghamshire, I'm sure will give that a bit of a go, but
5 overs and 2 balls away.
Unless there's probably 2 or 3 wickets go down in the next 5 or 6 overs, you would imagine we're heading towards handshake time. We've got an over here that needs completing. Liam Patterson-White bowls to the new bat, who is Wayne Madsen. He's gone down and swept the ball into Asiba Mead at short leg. Not sure where that struck him. Nobody's particularly bothered.
Even though I'm not writing that down.
I thought it hit him on. No, I thought it hit him on the bounce on the helmet, but nobody else is very excited about it, and they're not checking the helmet or Asib. He's patted that one away. Wayne Madsen, not very confident, but not out, says umpire Pollard. That was very risky from Wayne Madsen. We're not in line. We've not got a screen up at the moment with the pictures on. But look, very risky. Liam Patterson-White, a confident appeal. Shake of the head from umpire Pollard, end of the over, 191 for 2.
Yeah, I think I probably preferred him to have played it with his bat. But, yeah, so they have survived. Unfortunately, Jane's deserted their post at the moment, so the scoreboard is currently showing the fact that England are returning to Derby in the T20 International for the women on Monday. We'll get the scoreboard up in a moment, I'm sure.
It's a little bit of stuff on the socials. George Dobell, one of the leading cricket writers, of course, very close to Warwickshire, and he's very close to Ollie Stone, done a piece in the tea interval. A lot of people pointing me towards it. I've retweeted it, suggesting that Warwickshire mentioned after this delivery.
By Ben Slater to Brooke Guest, who defends it back to the bowler.
Warwickshire's Ollie Stone has been offered a new contract, not accepting it, and is prepared to accept one from Nottinghamshire, going to join the Trent Bridge Club next year. And as I say, that's just an article. It's not confirmation from either club. An article by George Dobell that Stone is coming to Notts.
Slater bowls again, pushed back to him once more by Brooke Guest. 1 in, 1 out, do you think? Added to the stable of 73 quick bowlers that Nottinghamshire currently have.
Does that mean you're after Toby? After our lad Toby?
Take anybody. Slater. He's clipped into the leg side. He must be a long way down the pecking order. I thought Toby Petman. This won't help him in any way if another one arrives. 2 runs to Brooke Guest. He moves on to 9.
Didn't even get to play in the Royal London for Notts last year. That's how far down the pecking order he was last year.
That's a long way.
Just wonder if he'll be allowed to stay at Derbyshire. If I don't know if he's got designs on being a white ball player. You'd imagine he'd want to get involved.
I've just described this next delivery. Jane needs to. I'm just trying to get the
Go
adverts.
on, tell her.
No, she's aware of it.
She got
now,
it.
but
Okay.
Just adverts.
What's the universal signal for adverts?
No, I think she's saying it's somebody else's fault. That so well, absolutely, I'm sure it is. This next delivery is it's always somebody else's fault. Now pushed up to mid on.
Not me,
by
Gov.
Brooke Guest. At the moment, it's an evening of Queen, which is my idea of hell. If I'm entirely honest with you.
Yeah, well, it's not Queen, is it? What is it? Stars of London's West End perform an evening of Queen.
Yeah, other people sing songs I don't like. Yeah. Here's Slater in again and balls. That one is defended again by Brooke Guest.
So the entire Queen back catalogue, you don't like any of them?
They were all right up until about 1974.
Right.
Yeah. Once they started doing pop tunes. There we go. There we go, Jen. We've sorted now. We've got the advertising. We've got the advertising off, and we've got the scoreboard on. It's 193 for 2 with Wayne Madsen yet to get off the mark. And Brooke Guest on 9. That was a maiden. No, it wasn't. It was 2 runs off that over from Ben Slater.
I know you've got to bring in money, and it's.
I don't know nothing to them.
No, I was going to say nothing to do with me, but more and more cricket grounds seem to be. I don't know, spending their summer months with music being played more than cricket.
I know, but without the option of a test match or a one-day international, they're going to bring it in somehow, aren't they?
There's Liam Patterson-White into bowl and Madsen defence. Absolutely. The point was going to be steered towards Old Trafford. We played a T20 game at Blackpool. Nothing wrong with going to Stanley Park, Blackpool. Love going to Blackpool, but there's a pop concert on at Old Trafford, so the cricket had to be moved. Next ball is swept away on the leg side by Madsen. He's away, up and running. His first couple of runs. 195 for 2.
Stiff there, didn't he? Blimey.
Well, how many has he had? 11 overs.
11.
I was having a look.
20 odd in the first.
Yeah, 24 in the first. So he's had 35 altogether. Fletcher's had 31. Dane Patterson's bowled 39 overs.
They're athletes, though. It's the
over
job,
the last
isn't
couple
it?
of
It's
It is,
the job.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Seba Mead batted for 6 hours or whatever it was. So did Ben Duckett, yeah.
Somebody will be in the red zone, I imagine.
Next ball on its way now and defended by the right-handed Madsen. Guest on 9.
happens to every club, including Derbyshire. The bowlers are getting tired.
Next ball on its way, and this is run down to third man. There's going to be a couple of runs here. A tired-looking Luke Fletcher.
Luke.
Yeah. Who might have earned himself a new nickname as the Tinsley Viaduct during the afternoon session. I see he's going to be appearing at Splendour Festival over the weekend in Nottingham. Well, it's
singing.
It's the Nottingham equivalent of Glastonbury. Next delivery is defended by Brooke Guest, who gets a block in at Wollerton Hall. There's a pop concert over the weekend, 2-day festival.
He's in it.
No, he, along with several other members of the Trent Rockets, including Tom Moores and Tom Kohler-Cadmore and one or two more. Down the leg side, kicked away, fielded by Hamid. 198 for 2. Didn't read all of the piece, but I did see that the Tinsley Viaduct is going to be there, and there'll be one or two demonstration areas come along and meet the Trent Rockets, and chance no doubt to win one or two goodies and
Packets of hula
engage
hoops.
engage with the players, have a bit of a bowl and all the rest of it. All the details on the Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club website. And there was a tweet about it that I was reading just as the players came out here, so I didn't read it all. But Anne-Marie's playing, Melanie C. You'd know. If you know, you'd know.
Might be why it passed me by. Here's Ben Slater. 3 overs until the second new ball. Madsen pushes the first delivery out into the offside. There's no run. Slip and a leg slip. The 2 slips he had earlier on, as this next delivery is defended by Wayne Madsen. Out into the offside, picked up by Patterson White.
This is the 78th over, so not got too much longer to work on that bowling average, Ben.
No. And again, this time it's sort of outside half of the bat into the offside to Patterson White from Wayne Madsen. Just goes for a little wander into the leg side. The leg slip comes out. Goes into silly mid-off. You are very much a target there, aren't you? Dear, oh dear. Catch me there for all the tea in China. If indeed there is any tea in China. Slater's in and balls. That one's turned into the leg side by Madsen. Lyndon James is the fielder on this occasion.
Want a cup of tea, me old China? You're right, they do say it, and it must come from there, but generally most of our tea comes from Sri Lanka or India, doesn't it?
Well, I think so. Now he's hit him, so he is a target. Ball hits Hasib Hamid somewhere about his body. He seems none the worse for it. Madsen set off potentially for a single, just turns around and strolls back into his crease. Final ball of the Slater over. Pops on Wayne Madsen. He does well to keep it down there as he plays it into the leg side. That one definitely bounced. Certainly more than most that we've seen today. End of the over, a maiden from Ben Slater. His 6th 198 for 2 with 35 overs to go.
The umpire didn't say one for the over, Ben, though.
No. Definitely popped that more than I've seen there.
He's just gone up and given... They're very huggy today. Slater's just gone up and given Hamid a big hug because of course he got hit from one of the earlier balls in that over. And Slater feeling responsible, no doubt. Liam Patterson-White might be his last over before that second new ball is taken. We'll have to see. He's in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who happily blocks it. This player put 100 on in the first innings for Derbyshire. Although Notts might want to point out that Derbyshire did slip from 196 for 2, or 194 for 2, or whatever it was, to 318 all out. Don't think it's time for them to do it again as the next one's defended. Dane Patterson appears to be getting himself ready for a bowl.
They'd be in front if they did.
Again, we'll have a little hold up whilst Ben Slater comes in as yet another close to the wicket catcher. So 4 round the bat now. Liam Patterson-White orchestrating the choreography.
Reluctant to move into front of the wicket there, didn't he?
If you can do that, can you orchestrate choreography? I don't know. He's telling them where to stand. Next one's just pushed gently into the onside, fielded by Patterson. 198 for 2. Turned into a very pleasant afternoon now, after a filthy morning. Again, well defended by Brooke Guest.
That might be nice at the Pirelli tonight.
A couple of youngsters playing with a tennis ball over at the far end of the ground, side of the temporary permanent stand. Patterson-White bowls, nicely cut away by Brooke Guest down to Big Fletch. Deep backward point, and they take a single. 199 for 2. Is that still a serviceable working cafe over there.
Yeah, well, it's a bar more than a cafe now, I think. Yeah.
One of your predecessors in days of yore always used to go in and have a full English before the start of play. Back in the day, 199 for 2. That was when we were commentated from just above it. There were some little buildings above it, weren't there?
There were, well, if they still did full English breakfast, I'd probably go in there myself.
So that's the end of the 79th over. 34 overs remain in the day. Notts require 8 wickets. Not going to happen, folks. Derbyshire probably need to bat until 16 overs remain. So that's around about another hour.
Last over with the changed ball that replaced the ball that we started the game or the innings with. I fancy 199 for 2. Brooke Guest on 10 on strike as Slater bowls to him, and Brooke Guest pushes the ball out into the offside. It's fielded by Patterson White. There's no run. 3 young lads have come in clearly after school. By the van away to the left-hand side. Good to see them in here and just enjoying the last embers of this match. As Guest defends again, and Slater picks the ball up at the end of his follow-through. Door of the chairman's box is wide open. Short leg in place as Slater is in again, and Guest turns it into the leg side. There's no run. Fielded by Lyndon James. You get the feeling this is the phony war. Not entirely sure what Ben Slater was doing there.
He's hiding.
Wandering around aimlessly at the far
Playing
end of
hide
the
and
ground.
seek. Hiding behind the umpire.
Half an over to go. That one's slung down the track and pushed up towards mid-on by Brooke Guest.
Who do you think he's modelled himself on?
I have absolutely no idea. Not a bowler, presumably.
Must ask him.
He's in again and defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside this time. This over's going to be completed soon.
Yeah.
Good grief. Here we go.
Don't exactly race through them.
He's in, bowls, Guest defends. It's the end of the over. Another maiden for Ben Slater, 7 of them in his 14 overs, 1 for 23, his figures, and the second new ball is now due.
And James Pattinson's running off the field.
Oh. I knew there was something I needed to do, change my boots.
Second new ball is being waved to the scorers. Presumably Roger and Jane have acknowledged. And we are going to have it taken by Dane Patterson, which is a break from the norm. There's normally Luke Fletcher and one other. Of course, it might be Fletcher from the far end, but normally he bowls the first over, and either Broad or Hutton or Pattinson would share it with him. And Dane Patterson as the replacement, or the first change bowler, but it's going to be the South African to get first dibs, and this will be his 40th over of the match, but as Dave Fletcher says, that's what he's paid for.
Absolutely. No sympathy. You get a rest tomorrow. And they've got an extra day on everybody else.
Yeah.
Blimey.
Yeah.
They're on easy street.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
Nearly 4 o'clock.
Terrified the life out of me when you do things like that. So Dane Patterson, oh dear, I knew it'd happen again. Some bowls, the first ball with the changed, or with the new ball. It's not a changed ball, this is a new ball. It's defended out into the onside by Wayne Madsen.
Why is it
They're already looking at it
Yeah.
now. Look, they're polishing it. No, it's a new ball.
absolutely brand new?
Fletcher will drop it here. No, it's held on.
We don't drop a deal. Hands like buckets.
Patterson goes in again. Bowling from the racecourse end. Wayne Madsen pushes this one out into the offside where it's fielded by Ben Slater. Just ticking off the overs, the Derbyshire batsmen. They don't want to grind to a halt though, which they pretty much have
Of course, if
at the moment.
another 2 or 3 wickets go down, that will only encourage Nottinghamshire to
That's
stick around for a while.
That's the nightmare scenario, isn't it? For those of us who need to be places.
You need to be gone, do you?
Well, not really. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. A little aerially initially, but it soon hits the floor and they come back for 2. They might even think about 3 here. Brookcast is very quick between the wickets and he does get back comfortably for a 3rd as Wayne Madsen moves on to 8. The 200's up for Derbyshire. They're 202 for 2. Now they only trail by 98. It might just about be on par if we went the 32 overs and 3 balls that remain to be bowled in the day's play. The innings is already 80.5 overs in. It's been a good effort by the Derbyshire batsmen second time around. Next delivery is defended by Brookcast. Ball dribbles up towards Luke Fletcher at mid-on. No problems with over 8, it's +3. Sussex at 143 for 8 now at Lord's. They're at tea, they lead by 181. Next delivery from Patterson is off the outside half of the bat of Brookcast, backward of square on the offside, but all the way along the floor. Glamorgan at tea 345 for 5, so trail Leicestershire by 239. That's got another day to go. All matches in the First Division now over, and it's still raining at Old Trafford, or certainly the rain has delayed the start of a game there, England against South Africa. 202 for 2 here. Derbyshire, as this next delivery goes past the edge of Brookcast's bat and through to the keeper. Good finish to the over there for Dane Patterson. Two overs to go. There's still 2 down with 16 to go with the shake hands. Be handy. Just the 2 wickets to have fallen so far today. Harry Kane for a career high 70 and Lewis Rees for a season high 86. Wickets falling at 161 and 191. Was the score at tea, 191 for 2. James Pattinson, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 32. He's going to bowl from the City end. He's currently just loosening up his shoulder. A couple of practice deliveries to his skipper, Stephen Mullaney, and he's on his way in now. Bowls to Wayne Madsen, who, well, leaves that one alone, so far outside the off stump. The last thing that Derbyshire want is extra deliveries, of course, so they'll be pleased it wasn't signalled wide, but it was a long, long way outside the off stump. A bit of a waste of energy from James Pattinson. Surprised he's got much energy left, to be fair, because he never stops, either talking or messing around out there. He's on his way in again now. 2 slips in place, and that one's, well, that's even wider even wider, and the umpire just leans to his left and says, nah, we'll carry on. Update coming up. Yeah, we're into the final session here. Sally, Derbyshire 202 for 2. They still trail Nottinghamshire by 98 runs. That's sort of immaterial. Basically, what they've got to do is bat out the remaining 31 overs and 4 balls that are left in this game. The players could indeed shake hands with 16 overs to go if neither side thinks there's going to be a positive outcome. Nottinghamshire will need to take some wickets in the next few overs, but with bowling like we're seeing at the moment, they're not going to do it. The not-out batsmen are Brooke Guest on 10, Wayne Madsen on 8. Derbyshire 202 for 2 with 31 overs and 4 balls to go. That was a wide. He's been progressively getting wider as James Pattinson. He does realise that we're playing. I'm sure he does. I just wondered if he realised we were playing on the bit that's been cut, rather than anywhere else on the square in this over, because it's been very average. He's likely to produce a crackerjack, and that one takes the edge of the bat of Wayne Madsen and goes down backward a square into the offside where James does the fielding. A lot of energy for not very much in this over so far.
I get your drift.
Oh, it's a waste of time at the moment, isn't it? That, the first 3 balls that he bowled, they got wider and wider and wider.
Yeah, surprised one of them wasn't called, actually.
Third one was. Fourth ball that he bowled on target, and that one's wide, and Wayne Madsen's had enough, and he's chopped it away for 4 runs. It wasn't completely out of the middle of the bat, but it's got enough on it to get all the way to the boundary for 4. Out on the cover boundary, Madsen moves into double figures. He's on 12, and Derbyshire 207 for 2. There's only so many times Wayne Madsen can watch a ball go past his off stump before he decides to take matters into his own hands.
Yes, there's not many pitfalls for him to get lured into, is there, out there, really? It's almost a little bit of an invitation to swat that one away.
It's almost like he's bluffing him, because he's got 2 men on catching positions on the leg side. Hasn't bowled a short one yet. Now he has. That was sharp, and it's gone for 4 byes. Madsen ducked underneath it, and Moores couldn't gather it. It was quick, though.
Been a few of them today. Flooded into the boards down below us.
We've had at least 12 byes today. We had a few last night as well. Poor old Tom Moores has been peppered. Shows on his record, which is a bit harsh in my book, but there we go.
19 byes before those, so that's 23 byes, 33 extras altogether.
Seems a bit harsh on Moores, doesn't it, really? Nowhere near the 82 extras that Derbyshire conceded in an innings against Durham a couple of years ago, 3 years ago probably now.
Crikey.
Darren Smith was behind the stumps, and Huddersfield was spraying it all over the place. He had no idea where he was bowling. Nor did Smith, sadly. Poor old Darren was fairly damning in his post-match interview of this fellow South African. That's a better delivery as it's pushed out into the offside defensively by Wayne Madsen, picked up by Patterson White, final ball of Pattinson's first over. With the new ball, 12 overs, 0 for 37.
Is Darren still around?
Yeah, he's headed pathway now. I
thought he was.
Yeah.
I saw him make a comment. He'd obviously been following the live stream at some point.
Yeah, he's headed the pathway. Helped out in the middle with the warm-up stuff for the T20 as well. They don't carry a huge coaching staff. Well, in fact, the batting coach is a consultant, really. Ian Bell, who has been here during this match, but isn't here every day.
Ian Bell?
Yeah, Ian Bell.
That Ian Bell?
Oh. He's on the staff.
Dean Patterson. Balls down the leg side, clipped away. That'll be 4 more. Nice looking shot from Brooke Guest. Takes him on to 14. Just before I did my piece into Radio Nottingham, they were mentioning that Splendour Festival. And amongst the other headliners that you might have heard of, Supergrass and Razorlight.
Yeah, no, heard of both of them. Yeah. I'd heard of Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
But
just not your...
No.
cup of tea.
No, I'm not sure I'd go to a festival that had Anne-Marie and somebody who plays in the 100 on it. That's pretty, well, the latter would put me off it immediately, but...
Mel C, do you like a bit of Mel C?
Not really, no.
Okay. 217 for
I tell you
two.
which one she was, to be honest. Is she the sporty one or
She
the other
was
one?
the sporty one, yeah.
Okay.
Patterson bowls, Guest leaves it alone. It goes through to Moores. It's been a long game, folks. It's been a long game, hasn't it?
Just putting a tracksuit on a singer doesn't make her sporty, though, does it really? That would be my thoughts on that. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, it's more of an act to live up to, isn't it, than maybe being described by the colour of your hair or your mannerisms.
I'm sure how posh Victoria Beckham is, to be honest. Well, rich but not posh. Rich Spice might not have been quite the thing.
The youngest of the five was called Baby. And go along with Mel B being called Scary. Next ball is striking him on the pad and given. Wicket for Dane Patterson. Third over with the second new ball. And Brooke Guest has gone. LBW Dane Patterson for 14. And is there time for Nottinghamshire? You wouldn't imagine so, but that's important. Strike early with the second new ball. Strike early in Dane Patterson's spell. And just hope against hope that one or two of those old cricket sayings comes into play. One wicket brings two, brings three, and all the rest of it. Brooke Guest, splendid century in the first innings. This doesn't tarnish that, but he'll be disappointed to troop off for 14. Derbyshire 2-1-7 for 3.
It looked pretty out, didn't it? From here. Looked pretty out. The skipper, Leas Deploy, skips his way out to the middle. He had a failure in the first innings. We'll be keen to put that right as he joins Wayne Madsen out in the middle. You're right, Brooke Guest will be bitterly disappointed that he couldn't see Derbyshire over the line. They're at 83 behind still. That's a number we ought to keep an eye on as much as 30 overs to go, because once they get in front, it's double money. It just seems to be...
The thing is, the more they sort of turn to defence, the less
slowed down.
The less likely the chance of them overhauling Nottinghamshire's score becomes. Might be wrong, might be.
No, 19 runs off the last 5 overs. It's the overall run rate's only 2.6.
Well, there might be a flurry of buys, if nothing else.
They've been helped enormously by the buys.
With the ball being sprayed about by James Pattinson, giving poor old Tom a chance. So the new man, left-hander, Leas Deploy. He made 5 in the first innings. Dane Patterson bowls to him. Clips the ball one bounce to a Seba Mead at shortish mid-wicket. Cries of catch. It couldn't have gone above the ground more than 3 inches on its journey to a Mead.
Like an involuntary reaction, isn't it, from cricketers?
But also, I think, from Deploy, it wasn't a conventional first ball shot. He wasn't really blocking it defensively and wasn't trying to whip it away. Just push towards shortish mid-wicket was a little risky. Next one is almost chopped on and under edge past the stumps.
I can understand the noises of anguish for that one. Because that could have gone absolutely anywhere.
They've just got to stick with it, haven't they? Just try and keep everybody's spirits up and boost the bowler. They'll all be as tired as each other, and there'll be lots of nonsense said, all with the purpose of trying to keep each other's spirits going. And there you go. Don't know what he said, but bound to be nonsense. Bound to be Pattinson, I would imagine. Yes, Patterson. This one's wide of the pegs. Goes through to Moores. 7 wickets in 30 overs and 1 ball. Unlikely, but could certainly give the Derbyshire dressing room some jitters if another couple go in the next 3 or 4 overs. Patterson. Round the wicket. Bowls down the leg side, taken by Moores this time. Good dive away to his right. Poorly directed delivery, but could so easily have been tickled. End of the over. 217 for 3. Dane Patterson 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 57. He got 1 for 82 in the first innings.
Slade's got a bit overexcited by that last delivery. And he just removed his hand from the top of his head. I thought it had velcroed on. 30 to go. Key passage, you feel this, and perhaps a burst from Luke Fletcher as well. Is he out there?
That's a very good shout, isn't it?
Can't see him. No, he should be at mid-on, shouldn't he? So perhaps that knee's troubling him a bit more than perhaps he was letting on. Pattinson in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who clips it off his bat. Round the corner. Oh, it isn't off his bat, it's going to be a leg by.
It's fun to watch. Might be getting another ticking off now. Oh,
Pat on the back.
exact opposite. Yeah. I can't give you the LBW, but I'll give you a pat on the back. Crikey.
You've been such a good boy over the course of the last 4 days. I'm going to give you a pat on the back.
It's not me, mate. It's not me. It's the other fella down at Square Leg who's reporting you.
Go round the wicket to Leah's deploy. Left-handed, of course, the Derbyshire skipper. Yet to get off the mark, having faced just 4 deliveries. 2 slips in place. Pattinson on his way in and bowls. That one is pushed up towards mid-off by deploy. Out of the middle of the bat. Doesn't prevent Pattinson from lingering at the end of his follow-through and giving him a stare. Deploy just goes for a little wander. Van
Vollenhoven's forgotten his floppy sun out this time.
Yeah, he's not wearing anything on his head, is he?
No.
That seems slightly injudicious even at this time of the day. Perhaps he was caught unawares.
Yep.
And there's no 12th man to bring him one on because he's already there. 2 mid-wickets for Deploy, who takes his bottom hand off the bat as he defends this one from Pattinson. Deploy's got 2 enormous bandages on it, one on each hand. He had them at the end of the first day. I said, what on earth's happening there? And he scuffed his hands, making a stop, and taken all the skin off both of his palms. So it can't be particularly pleasant holding a bat. Didn't have to hold it for very long in the first innings.
No.
We'll have to hold it for slightly longer in the second.
And he might be thinking, what's happened here? The others have been facing Ben Slater.
Yeah, well, there is that too, as well as the Pattinson is in, and that one is, a little obviously out into the extra cover region. I think he'll get 4 runs for it. Van Vollenhoven, no, he won't. Has chased it down.
Oh, that's good.
Good slide and pick up. He did that before.
Should have had 3, though.
Yeah. They've only come back for 2.
Yeah, they should have had 3.
Fielding.
Was good bit of fielding.
The exuberance of youth. Looked off the bat like a very good shot, but didn't quite have the legs to get all the way to the boundary in front of the members' pavilion. 220 for 3. Deploy off the mark. Now waits. Pattinson around the wicket, in again, and the South African gets struck on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. Not out.
Not in line. I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd given it. Just, from everything we can see, or I can see from
a little bit low
from this angle.
Getting low down on the pad. So it must have been outside the line. That could be the only thing.
They play to different rules in Victoria.
I think if you shout very loud, you must get them. That appears to be his MO. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to see. Have a little look later at the camera looking down the line.
Pattinson in again and balls. That's way down the leg side. And guess what? 4 byes. Thump into the side screen below us.
If nothing else, he's given some of the home supporters something to enjoy, isn't he?
Pointing out where the ball's gone now. Must have gone under some covers down below. It's 224 for 3 at the end of the over. Derbyshire trailing by 76 now. 29 overs to go. They've got it. They've got it.
Yeah. He's looking up at the sky, look, as if he can't believe he didn't get that one. Don't think he'll remember this particular trip with any great fondness.
Good.
He's entertaining to watch. And when he gets it right, my word, he can be destructive. Seen him rip through sides. Not happened for him here, though. 224 for 3. Dane Patterson to continue. Fletcher back on the field at mid-on. Next one is pushed back to the bowler, Dane Patterson. And there's no run. Just the 2 matches in Division, the other 2 matches in Division 2 going on, because they've all finished now in Division 1. Hampshire defeating Gloucestershire, Lancashire defeating Northants, Somerset and Yorkshire a draw, Surrey beat Essex, and Kent have defeated Warwickshire. Next delivery is reducing Wayne Madsen to the ground. Struck him nasty blow. He's rolling around just trying to somehow find a way of easing the pain. Nottinghamshire are well aware that he's struggling here. Even 1 or 2 of them are just going over. Leicester Ploy's got down there quickly. Not sure where it struck him. Maybe just a flush blow in one of the most painful parts. But clearly he's in a lot of discomfort. Down on the ground. Quickly shed his helmet and bat and gloves, and he's just desperately hoping for a little bit of relief of the pain.
Legs. That'll do it, Leicester. Leicester knows, because he's always getting hit. Leicester Ploy. I've never seen a batsman get hit more in my entire life than Leicester Ploy.
Do you think it's an act to convince the umpire it was going over the top?
I think it's almost too much to convince the umpire that it was going over the top. This is. I mean, he's still down flat on his back. My lad sent me a picture of his box a couple of weeks ago, and it had shattered into about 15 different pieces.
That's David Lloyd's post-dinner chat, isn't it? When Jeff Thompson hit him in Australia.
I said, could you walk? He said, we ran one. So what, leg by? He said, no, I made sure the umpire at the other end knew I'd hit it. Oh. I'm not sure whether he had hit it or not, but Wayne Madsen, when he's you see the physio's out there, and all Julian is doing there is laughing at him, offering him a little bit of a shoulder to cry on, but there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you've got 2 choices, Wayne, really.
You either carry on.
Yeah, or you don't.
Yeah.
Division 2 quickly, whilst Fletch keeps abreast of what's going on out there at Lords. Sussex have now lost an 8th wicket. They're 154 for 8 in their second innings. They lead Middlesex by 192. You'd imagine that that's heading towards a draw. And of course, there's still a full day left tomorrow at Grace Road. Glamorgan 369 for 5 in their first innings, replying to Leicestershire's 584. That one started a day after this one, but a couple of high scores on the board there in that one.
Madsen's going for a walk with the physio. He's just been handed a drink by Mitch White. No, it's not. It's Nick Potts. I beg his pardon. The 12th man. Lewis Rees is having a drink. Wayne Madsen's just checking that he can still walk. I think he's a bit lopsided actually now, potentially. But I think he's going to be okay. Although he might not be the best man to pick on for a post-match interview. He'll be trying to cool various parts of his body down. Yeah. No, it'd be Mickey Arthur tonight anyway, but always is on the last day. He'll be hoping he's talking about a terrific rearguard action, but at the moment, just a little concern. He's bent down, so that's a good sign. He can move, and he's popped his protector back, so that didn't shatter into 1,000 pieces, so it's done its job.
I mean,
now he's running, so that's interesting. He's just been made to run there by the physio.
I mean, there is some value in perhaps saying, just go back and, head for the dressing room.
Have a sit down for 5 minutes. And
well,
let Hilton Cartwright come out.
Yeah, you know, there's lots of points of view, isn't there? Only he will know how badly. I guess we'll find out if over the next few minutes he
Crumpled though, didn't he?
He did, absolutely, yeah.
Crumpled.
Yeah, you know, and you think with perhaps potentially half an hour left, does it really matter? But clearly it'll matter to Wayne Madsen. It's a quick delivery again from Patterson.
He's now had a rest, so he can bowl another quick one if he wants. Just had a 5-minute rest.
Dave Palmer says, reference Carl van Vollenhoven played twice for Clifton last weekend on Saturday versus Attenborough. Got 78 off 84 balls. This one's gone through to the keeper. And on Sunday versus Papelwick and Limby, 58 not out off 61. Playing versus Woollerton at the ground where outside edge was first filmed. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate that.
Is that where it was filmed? Terrific series. Stage play first and then...
Yep.
Great series. I have the DVD, that's how old I am. Complete outside edge.
Do you still have a DVD player?
Oh, yeah.
Not entirely sure we have anymore. Yeah. Next delivery is straight enough to cause Wayne Madsen some issues. He defend. Oh, yeah, of course we've got a DVD player. Yeah.
I have ways of playing.
I was thinking of videos. Yeah,
I've got a video player as well. But
no, I haven't got one of those.
I haven't got many videos anymore. The old one.
224 for 3. Still 28 overs to go after this one. Loud aeroplane somewhere overhead. Can hear it but can't see it. Umpire Pollard looks on as Patterson fires this one well outside the off stump.
I was that blinking helicopter yesterday. That was ridiculously loud, but we couldn't work out where it was. Was it yesterday or day 2? I can't remember.
So Madsen on strike, and there's one ball left.
I'm warming up in this commentary box now. Problem's very mild compared to Wayne Madsen's, obviously, but...
There's Dane Patterson. There's been a handful with this second new ball. Balls nicely played by Madsen. Taps it out as far as Lyndon James, end of the over, 224 for 3. Another one's ticked off. 28 overs remain. The equation is Nottinghamshire requires 7 wickets in those 28 overs to extend their lead at the top of the Division 2 table. Derbyshire will probably have to stick around and for another 12, 13 overs, something like that, and then see if Stephen Mullaney's up for a handshake and head off home.
Yes, I wonder when he will decide that they can't get them.
It is quite handy, the fact that both skippers are on the field as well, because there could be some sort of negotiations going on without the need for messages to go to dressing rooms and all sorts.
I think that once Mullaney makes his mind up, whoever's out there batting will snap his hand off. I think it has to be Leas out there. Deploys on strike now. 2 mid wickets, an extra cover, shortish, took a couple of slips and a backward point as Pattinson bowls, and it's just dabbed very delicately out into the offside for a couple of runs. That'll get Wayne Madsen's blood circulating.
Cardiff a week ago, Lyndon James was 75 not out, about 10 overs left. And said to him afterwards, you know, isn't not that little bit in, you're thinking there's a 3-figure score on here if I stick it out till the end. And well, you know, for a time or two I sort of thought it might be possible if we stayed till the end, but you know,
you're a long way from home in Cardiff, aren't you? You might as well jump on a bus.
And, you know, it was all about batting through the final day to get for the draw. It's sort of daft to turn it down when it's offered, isn't it?
Absolutely. 226 for 3 now. Pattinson in again. That one's pulled into the leg side by Leas to ploy. There isn't anybody out on the mid-wicket boundary. A couple of fielders are closing in on it. Patterson, White and Lyndon James, but neither of them are going to get there. And it's 4 more to Leas to ploy, who moves on to 8, 230 for 3. Nice shot from the Derbyshire skipper, who will almost certainly, you would have thought, skipper the side down at Worcester as well, starting on Monday. And it's into the Royal London. The question is whether we see Billy Godwin in that or not, and if he can get some form going.
Has the series finished in Pakistan, Sri Lanka?
No, there's one starting tomorrow or the day after. Tomorrow, I think. 2-match series. Pakistan won the first game, but struggled to get over the line.
Time to nip next door again.
Good shout. Pattinson, well, the ball will get back to him eventually. There we are. Mind you, as soon as he gets it, he sets off. Running towards us now. Bowls to Lewis Deploy, who dabs this down backward of square on the offside. In fact, almost into the slip cordon. It's not so much a cordon as Joe Clark. And there's no run. Best part of the day now. Clouds starting to disappear. There's plenty away in the distance, but above the county ground, glorious sunshine, flags fluttering in the breeze. Pattinson is in again and bowls to Deploy, who plays that into the leg side, fielded by Hasib Hamid, and there's no run. So 27 overs to come after this. Jack Time will have to put me on an auto rot at some point over the next hour, hopefully. So I can get away for post-match interview and get back and speak to Sports Scene at 6 before getting off to the Pirelli Stadium to watch Burton Albion take on Sheffield United. Here comes Pattinson in and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot, forced backward of square on the offside. Patterson is chasing, he'll get there, they'll come back for a third though. Wayne Madsen calls Lewis Deploy through. Deploy moves on to 11. Every single one of the Derbyshire batsmen now has double figures, first 5. Hopefully it won't get to the point where all 10 need to get to double figures. That would be extraordinary if it happened for the first time in Derbyshire history in a game that they were trying to save. 233 for 3. Madsen back on strike, 2 mid-wickets, 2 slips. Pattinson in and bowls, and Madsen defends out into the offside. There's no run. That concludes the 86th over. 27 remain. Derbyshire at 233 for 3 with Wayne Madsen on 12 and Lewis Deploy on 11. Big Luke Fletcher's back on the field now. I think, I was going to say, I think he was going to bowl from the racecourse end, but Dane Patterson's already at the top of his mark near the sawdust, so it looks like he's going to continue. It'll be his 4th over with the new ball. I'm not surprised he's continuing. 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Maintained a healthy-ish scoring rate, 31 off the last 5 overs. And, well, James Pattinson has left the field now. Van Vollenhoven has replaced him. He's gone down to long leg in front of the members' pavilion away to our left-hand side. Here's Patterson then, bowling from the racecourse end, around the wicket to the left-handed Deploy, who defends it down the ground, and it's fielded by Stephen Mullaney, and there's no run. Dave's finished his update, so after the weather I'll be able to leave him in charge of the commentary and do Radio Derby's update. Always good when the timing works out like that for the 4:30. Patterson just tossing the ball with his right hand, catching it in his left, turns at the top of his mark, and he's on his way in again. Bowls to Deploy, who defends this one. Fielded by Hasib Hamid. And there's no run. 233 for 3. 26 overs and 4 balls to go. Decent effort from the Derbyshire batsman. But Nottinghamshire just chipped away since getting Harry Kane on 161. 30 runs after that. Lewis Rees went 26 runs after that. Brooke Guest went. Still Cartwright and Dahl and McKiernan to come. Patterson around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's beaten. No, it's got taken the edge, and Leas Deploy has gone. And Patterson strikes for the second time with the second new ball. Straight through to Tom Moores. Just a faint edge as he went forward tentatively, really, Leas Deploy. Derbyshire are 233 for 4 now. They're still trailing by 67, and that potentially extends our day.
I can hear the misery in your voice, or the disappointment. There'll be disappointment for Leas Deploy, who has had 2 low scores in this game. Sure he'll bounce back to form against Worcestershire next week. Just keeps Nottinghamshire interested. I think Dane Patterson has bowled wonderfully in this spell with his second new ball. Certainly seems to have bowled very quickly. Okay, we don't see him bowling very often with the new ball. Usually comes on as the change bowler, but has been highly effective here. And apart from getting those 2 wickets, struck that nasty blow to Wayne Madsen, who I think has just taken a tablet and washing it down now with some water. So 233 for 4. Hilton Cartwright should be the new Derbyshire bat coming in at number 6. Then Anuj Dal. So some very capable players still to come. Deploy out for 11. So the new man has arrived in the middle. Another right-hander, of course. Got 3 balls left in this particular over.
Really nicely with the second new ball. It's only 6.5 overs old. He also dismissed Brooke Guest before wicket for 14.
So the new man there, not going overly attacking with regards to the cordon, just Clark and Duckett, the 2 slips. But, got a catching mid-wicket, a catching short extra cover. There's Dane Patterson to bowl to Hilton Cartwright. First ball strikes him on the pad, would have slipped down the leg side. Bit of noise from the fielders, not from the bowler. And Fletcher just turning his arm over. So if he's got the call. This is just the 7th over with his second new ball. Already brought 4 wickets. 2 wickets, I beg your pardon, in Patterson's 4 from this end. He's in again. Bowls cut away for runs by Cartwright. So he's up and running. There are gaps. If you pick off the bad ball, you've got the opportunity of scoring a good few runs here, because Notts by and large aren't concerned about the runs at all. So Stephen Mullaney just going with his hunches with regards to the field settings, not really protecting any boundaries anywhere. So 237 for 4, and that one just short and wide from Dane Patterson, and he's angry with himself.
I was hoping that my update there made sense, because it was one of those where you sort of finish it and the person who's in the studio, no reaction at all, and you think, well, it's either somebody who knows nothing about cricket or just thought, well, that was nonsense. More likely to be the latter.
I think I get quite a lot of that. Patterson bowls Cartwright, shoulders, arms, end of the over. Another wicket-taking one. Dane Patterson, 18 overs, 2 for 61 now. The other wicket-takers, Liam Patterson-White, 26 overs, 1 for 49. And Ben Slater returning to his old stomping grounds, 14 overs, 1 for 23 for Slater.
David Griffiths just tweeted about a record. The opening partnership between Harry Kane and Lewis Rees is the highest for the first wicket for Derbyshire against Nottinghamshire at Derby. Remarkable, really. And the highest for the county against Notts for that wicket anywhere since Sharp and Hill at Trent Bridge in 1976.
Good heavens.
That is ridiculous. They only put on 161. Griff on top of the stats as always.
Bowling change.
Luke Fletcher is back. Well, he's been back on the field a while. I did point out during the before the half-past updates that he was back out there
We've got 2 subs on now, haven't we? This is Van Vollenhoven here at backward point, and I'm not sure who it is at mid-on.
That'd be Sammy, wouldn't it? I've no idea.
Don't think so.
No? Okay. Here's Luke Fletcher then from the City end, bowling to Wayne Madsen, who leaves the first ball alone as it goes past the off stump, a long way past the off stump.
No, don't know.
Excellent. Well, it'll be caught sub anyway. We can just leave it at that. The great anomalies of cricket that if you're not in the named 11 at the start of play, you don't count. Unless you're a concussion substitute, of course, when you do count. Madsen waits. Fletcher's on his way in again and bowls. This one is it's probably wider outside the off stump than the first one. It goes through Tom Moores in front of Joe Clark at first slip. I see Hamid showing off by putting his palms flat on the floor as he bends over.
Yes, he's fairly flexible with his has.
No need to flaunt it though. Standing there with his arms folded. He's one of the 2 mid wickets. Ben Slater, the other one, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Madsen waits for the next delivery from Luke Fletcher, which again passes outside the off stump. Madsen has nothing to do with it, goes through to the keeper. So
If he had the one that jags back a long way and demolishes the stumps, which I don't think he's got, you can understand the last 2 deliveries from Luke Fletcher. They've been sufficiently wide just to lure you into the fact that perhaps he's trying to set Madsen up. But
he might have been working on it.
Well, he's kept his, what's the phrase? Kept his light under a bushel, whatever one of those is.
He's in now and bowls, and that one is played into the offside by Wayne Madsen.
I thought it was a unit of weight, an imperial measurement of weight, a bushel, but that is the phrase, isn't it? Kept his light under a bushel.
Yeah.
Or is it under a bush?
No, I don't think it's under a bush. I don't think so. Yeah. Member of the Notts backroom staff sitting in the dugout, enjoying some solitude.
Looks like Ant Boater from afar. We'll get the binos. Oh, no, it's not, because he's got his hoodie on. It's Liam Price, the strength and conditioning coach.
This one is slightly leading edge-ish from Wayne Madsen's bat, but all the way along the floor back past Luke Fletcher.
Makes sense, because he drives that van that's about 2 yards away from him.
All the gear on it.
Yeah.
And it's the fitness gear, so that does make sense. 2 youngsters who should be banned from a cricket ground over on the far side playing football. Playing football with a tennis ball at the moment. He's kicking it to each other. In fairness, one of them is turning round every time the ball is about to be bowled and having a look.
But we saw those in white doing it before the start of play today, sir.
Well, yes, quite. I'd ban that as well. I'd ban lots of things, Dave.
Lyndon James has just got in the way of Hilton Cartwright now. Cartwright can't see to run.
He's going to do a very straight, short mid-on as Fletcher bowls and Madsen plays it into the ground. James does the filling. They always make that change from the final ball of an over just to try something, and it didn't really have the effect that Nottinghamshire would have hoped for. 25 overs to go, 237 for 4, 12 to Madsen, 4 to Cartwright.
Yes, that wasn't a sparkling return to arms from Agent Fletcher.
Maiden, though. He'll point that out to everybody. Just bowl a maiden. Keeping it tight.
25 overs remain on the board. Derbyshire 4 down. Certainly worth persevering, I think, for... well, they've got to go until the start of the final hour. That's 16 overs. And let's see what they get in the next 9, if any. As Patterson bowls to Cartwright. Drops this on the leg side, and LPW does the fielding.
Yeah, I've got a feeling we'll go later than that. Sadly. Every game involving Derbyshire this season seems to be going late. It's remarkable.
So you're at New Road on Monday or here?
New Road, yeah.
New Road.
Yeah. Yeah, looking through the panes of glass and dodging the pillars.
Next ball is wide of the off stump through to the keeper. One thing they have done is put up some netting
Stop the pigeons.
to stop the pigeons coming and landing by the effects microphone, going coo, coo, coo all game into the effects microphone, which annoys, believe us folks, it annoys the commentators even more than than all the listeners. But
Nothing you can do, though, is there really?
well, there is, but you can be.
You can't take a gun into the ground now.
There's Patterson. The ball to Cartwright. And tries to whip it away on the leg side, strikes him on the pad. Cartwright. Was that Bonanza?
Oh, I have no idea. Could have been. We had one game at New Road in the recent past where a journalist brought his dog but didn't take him into the press box, and it barked and barked and barked. I had to go and tell him to move it because he was right outside the window where we were commentating from. Unbelievable.
Funny old thing, you should mention that. Patterson. The ball to Cartwright. Banged in short, goes through to the keeper.
You had that as well.
Yeah. Yes.
Didn't make a lot of sense.
I foolishly put my calf in its mouth.
Really? I'd have, yeah, I think I'd been caught by now.
2-3-7 for 4. There's the score here. That's Dane Patterson in the 5th over of this spell. Comes in, balls to Cartwright, and again he's just happy to leave it alone. He's not going to play if he doesn't have to. Goes through to Tom Morse. The men out in this innings. Harry Kane bowled by Ben Slater for 70. May well have played on. That was 161 for 1. Just before tea, Lewis Rees looking for quite an expansive shot, considering it was the final over of the afternoon session. Edged Liam Patterson-White to Melania slip. Out for 86. That was 191 for 2. And then with the second new ball, Dane Patterson has struck twice. Comes in to ball to Cartwright, who defends this one. First of all, it was Brooke Guest, the first innings centurion, trapped LBW for 14. That was 217 for 3. And the last to go, Leas Deploy, caught behind off the bowling of Patterson for 11. That was 233 for 4. End of the over. What on earth are the umpires chattering about now? We'll never know.
Put the lights on.
Don't have a clue. No idea.
No, it'll be something and nothing, won't it? Let's get on. Come on. Friday. Mind you, there's no point in finishing too early. You can't get out of this ground onto the Pentagon Island if it finishes too early. Might as well wait till 6:30, which I think I will be anyway. So here's Luke Fletcher. He's got those 3 men close in on the leg side in front of the bat for Wayne Madsen, who pushes it straight back to him. And there's no run. The start of 90th over of the innings. 23 overs and 5 balls left for Derbyshire to survive. And they've brought the ground to a halt. In the last few overs, just 13 runs off the last 5. I've been relatively healthy up to that point. Run rate just hovering above 2.5. Fletcher bowls, and it's defended by Madsen out into the offside again. Fielded by Patterson-White. And there's no run. So the short, straight mid-on is Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid. And Ben Slater are also there in the mid-wicket region.
Surprising to report that Duckett's involved in a conversation.
While he's talking, Wayne Madsen won't settle over his bat, I don't think. He has now. Duckett's actually concentrated on the batsman. mainly because Fletcher's on his way and bowls to him, and that one is up at an inside edge. Good stop by Slater, moving across to his right, got down quickly, got his right hand to it. Madsen goes through the same shot and then walks towards square leg to collect his thoughts and lean on his bat. 237 for 4. They trail by 63. I don't think they've got the hope of getting level or in front, which might bring about a slightly earlier finish. As Fletcher is in and bowls, that's played inside the line of that one, Wayne Madsen. Ball goes through to Tom Moores. Ben Duckett and Hasib Hamid. I was going to say resume their conversation, but it's more likely to be a monologue, I think, isn't it? Hasib Hamid's got his hand in his pockets and he's looking, staring intently at Ben Duckett, going, "Oh, right, yeah."
Probably a conversation they started when they were batting.
Yeah.
On the first day.
He's wearing the floppy sun hat. This is Van Vollenhoven now. His next delivery again plays inside the line. Appeals from a couple of the mid wickets, I think, but nobody else. Just exercising the supporters down below us, but it wasn't an appeal from either the bowler or anybody behind the stumps.
There's a lot to be said for bowling balls that hit the stumps, isn't there? Because then, then the batsman can't leave them alone.
Duckett's come out to second slip now. Standing at a jaunty angle.
And Hamid's in
got into
the nuisance zone.
Not much space in the leg side to get the ball through in front of the stump, so Madsen pushes it out into the offside. Another maiden over from Luke Fletcher, 2 overs, 2 maidens with the second new ball. Derbyshire remain 237 for 4. Madsen has 12. Cartwright has 4. 23 to go. 23 to go.
See that Glamorgan are congratulating Sam North East on reaching 192 not out. A new highest first class score. I've always thought he's a classy player, North East. Always full of runs. Just seemed to, certainly in his latter years at Kent and then his first couple of years at Hampshire, should have got a go with England, didn't. Then it all fell sour last year. He had 1 game for Yorkshire, 2 games for Notts. Is Patterson down the leg side taken by Moores. Ended up in Cardiff this year, and sometimes you need to wander around a little bit before you find the right place, and he seems to have slotted in there very nicely indeed. Lots and lots of runs this season for Sam North East.
It would appear that Leicestershire have seen the pitch that they played on at Sussex last week and said, "We want one like that, please." 584 plays 397 for 5.
Yeah, we found our strengths.
Yeah, playing on flat ones.
Patterson in once more. Cartwright plays it to the right of Liam Patterson-White, who scampers after it and acts as the deterrent, so they don't go for a single.
Helps with the running foxes motif, though, doesn't it? If they're scoring lots of runs, I suppose they can say that they've been running up and down a lot.
A little bit silly, isn't it?
Potentially. Bordering on ludicrous.
Patterson once more. 6th over of this particular spell. Bowls again played onto the onside. Goes past the diving Patterson-White. Lyndon James is after it. They will get a single. Breaks that little spell of inactivity on the scoreboard. 238 for 4 now. Cartwright onto 5 brings Wayne Madsen back down to face his nemesis. I'd imagine the pain's just about gone. Or maybe not.
Might come back when he walks off.
Struck him a nasty old blow amidships about a quarter of an hour ago. A little bit longer than that. I mentioned it in the bulletin.
He showed no pain, though. He was absolutely poleaxed.
He didn't beat the count, that's for sure. Patterson in again. Bowls to Madsen. It's behind this. Nervelessly pushes it up to Big Fletch, the Tinsley Viaduct.
Blows like that are almost an occupational hazard.
Yeah. 2:38 for 4. Andrews Dalwood coming next. And then Matty McKeon and Ben Aitchison came in at 10 in the first inning, at 9 in the first inning. Sam Connors at 10 and George Scrimshaw at 11. Patterson to Madsen. Plays it square to Lyndon James, no run.
Yeah, the Derbyshire 3 number 11s. Trying to work out who's standing on the... Oh, it's Lewis Rees. Standing on the balcony. I think it's Lewis Rees. I can't quite make
Yeah,
out.
number
Is
10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's with the bowling coach, I think, Ajmal Shazad. Going through his bowling action on the balcony.
So the final ball of Dane Patterson's 45th over of the match. He's in and delivers it. And Madsen will get a run. No, he won't get a run. Turn it down. Pushed to Stephen Mullane at wide-ish mid-off. End of the over. Might be the end of his spell. It's been a good one for Dane Patterson. 2:38 for 4. If he has finished. 2 for 62 his figures. And still going to be Luke Fletcher. His figures aren't bad, but lightly used in this second innings, Big Fletcher. 8 overs, none for 9.
Patterson in this spell with the second new ball, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. That's been very impressive, as he often is. Fletcher's talking to Pattinson at the moment. Slip fielders and wicketkeeper are wandering slowly.
22 to go.
Anybody would think it was 40 degrees out there. Patterson White's windmilling his arms.
Yeah. Well, the over 8's +3, so Notts can have a little bit of a chat or two.
Yeah, shouldn't be on the board. Encourages slow play. Here's Fletcher in and bowls to Cartwright, who pushes this one out into the offside. There's no room. Patterson White comes in to do the fielding. Those who were here at 1 o'clock, by and large, stuck with it. And unsurprising, it's one of those games that at various points has looked, well, it's going to finish with an hour to go, to, oh my word, what on earth's happening here? With each wicket that's fallen, 4 of them have. Fletcher's in again, bowls to Cartwright, who slightly squared up by that one from Fletcher and pushes it up with the outside edge of the bat up towards mid-off. Patterson White is given the ball to polish again. See if they can keep it off the ground. They can.
Wicket just about the winner, I think. This one, it's offered plenty for the batsman. Not offered that much for the bowlers. They've had to really work hard for any success.
Fletcher in again, bowls, that's guided down into the ground at backward point. Van Vollenhoven does the fielding. It's very bright sun hat. Halfway through. Luke Fletcher's 9th over, 6 maidens, 0 for 9. He looks weary already. Mind you, he often looks weary, but he keeps coming in.
Toe in a caravan.
He's on his way in again now. Bowls to Cartwright, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Deliveries like that don't help him. Trying to conserve any kind of energy. Hilton Cartwright had absolutely nothing to do with it as it went harmlessly past the off stump through to the wicketkeeper Tom Moores. He's got the 2 men at the mid-wicket and the very straight short mid-on, and then there is a more traditional mid-on. I think it's Stephen Mullaney. Behind them, those two. And a long leg as well. 2 slips, Fletcher bowls outside the off stump, left alone to go through to the keeper.
Just wonder what the actual purpose of the long leg is.
Yeah, quite well, just to give Patterson a rest, I think, as much as anything. He's out there just wandering around, enjoying himself in the sun.
To be fair, there's not a deal being nicked anywhere really, but doesn't seem to be particular need to save the boundary. Might just every now and again surprise him with a bounce when he takes it on, but seems a bit of a waste of a fielder.
Little ball of the Fletcher over, in and bowls to Cartwright, who does have to play this one and plays it straight to the man at straight mid-on, who is Lyndon James. It's the end of another one. 21 to go. 238 for 4. Cartwright 5. Madsen 12.
He's come rushing in, Dane Patterson, and whipped the cap off. Handed it to Joe Clark, who is the go-between. We're getting some off-the-field instruction. This wouldn't be allowed at Wimbledon. Not sure who.
I don't think he's going to be bowling. It's going to be Patterson White.
Yeah, I'm not sure who is down here, whether it's Peter Moores or
Who's in charge
Yeah,
here? Who's in charge? Come on.
Patterson came in, didn't he, and took his cap off, and then everybody's looking down here. It's maybe matey who's come from the day, come for the day from Chaddesden and just offered a bit of advice. I don't. It's going to be Liam Patterson White.
Spectator from Chaddesden, forced to change of bowling. So well done to him.
It's a strange one, isn't it? It's a strange one. Yeah.
It's not quite as overt as the England putting numbers up on the pavilion, which they were criticised for in the recent series with India.
So Dane Patterson's going off. So if I can't bowl, I'm going to go and have a lie down in a cold drink. So we've now got to wait until 1 or 2 or 3 members of the Nottinghamshire side again get dressed, pop the pads on and the helmets, and
I reckon you could do your 5 o'clock update
Yeah.
and get back before the next
I shall go and try.
Before the next ball's bowled at this rate. Blimey. 21 overs to go. I don't want to see the second half at the Pirelli anyway. That's always the exciting half. Wow. We're not quite ready yet, but we will be soon. They brought on the fielding pads. I can't see who's put them on at the moment, if I'm honest. Perhaps he took them off. Anyway, we've got a silly mid-off, a slip and a leg slip for Liam Patterson White. Who's in around the wicket and bowls to Madsen, who pushes this out into the offside. There's cries of anguish. Not sure why. Madsen moves on to 13. 239 for 4. Just 2 runs scored in the last 5 overs. Derbyshire have officially ground to a halt. But the runs have been largely immaterial since the start of the day, especially when we lost 21 overs. Cartwright defends this next delivery from Patterson White into the ground. Two slips and a silly mid-off now as Patterson White bowls to Hilton Cartwright and goes back into his stumps and pushes the ball straight back to the bowler. And Stephen Mullaney was apoplectic there because he was convinced there was going to be a wicket. And goes Liam Patterson White again. That's driven straight back to him by Hilton Cartwright. Patterson White threatens to throw the ball at the stumps, but he hadn't moved a muscle. The Derbyshire batsman, Western Australian, who deals with this next delivery by chopping it away off the back foot out to the cover boundary for 4. The 12th man's chasing after it, but he can stop now because the ball has reached the boundary, and Cartwright moves on to 9. And Derbyshire are 243 for 4 with 20 overs and 1 ball to go. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Cartwright. Straight to Ben Duckett, and that ends the over. So 20 to go now. Derbyshire are 4 down. We're approaching the final hour, which will start with 16 overs to go. But will 4 down just tempt Nottinghamshire to carry on a bit longer? Cartwright and Madsen punch gloves in the middle of the pitch. Update coming up. 20 overs remaining in the day here, Sally, and Derbyshire are 4 down, 243 for 4. They've lost Brooke Guest and Liz Deploy since tea, but at the moment Hilton Cartwright and Wayne Madsen are keeping Nottinghamshire at bay. Cartwright has 9, Madsen has 13. Earlier, half centuries for Harry Kane, who made 70, and Lewis Rees, who made 86. So 20 overs for Derbyshire to survive. They're 243 for 4, still trailing by 57. Here comes... Oh, it's a big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says the umpire. Wayne Madsen almost falling over into that one. Not a shout that was entirely unnecessary, I have to say. But nothing doing from the umpire. Nottinghamshire will bemoan the lack of leg before wickets. They've picked up... Well, Brooke Guest out leg before wicket. It might even have been the first LBW of the match. Somebody will put me right on that one, I'm sure. I'll go back through the rest of the match. Can't find another one off the top of my notes. As Fletcher is in and bowls to Madsen, who tries to flick this down the leg side. It's taken by Moores, moving away to his left. There's a very easy way of finding out, of course. So 1 in this innings. Ben Aitchison was out. LBW, so there have been 2 throughout the entirety of this match. Just 2 leg before wickets, leg before wicket appeals have been given by the umpires. Good consistency. Fletcher turns at the top of his mark. He's on his way in again. Bowls to Madsen, who turns this into the leg side, straight to Ben Slater. There is no run. 6 runs in the last 5 overs for Derbyshire. 19.5 overs remain. Players queuing up to come back on away to our left-hand side. 243 for 4. Madsen settles over his bat. Fletcher reaches the top of his mark halfway through his 10th over of the innings, and his 4th over of this spell. He's in and bowls to Madsen, who lets this one go rather dramatically through to Tom Moores behind the stumps. Notts players are queuing up to come back on. I see Mead is one of them. Dane Patterson is the other. Luke Fletcher, with 2 balls to go in this over, has conceded just 9 runs from his 9 overs and 4 balls in this second innings. He's bowling to Wayne Madsen, who guides this defensively back up towards mid-off, and Patterson White will trot casually to the ball and pick it up.
Conversations, I'm sure, will begin in earnest in another couple of overs. Is it worth going on? We'll have 3 overs after this one, and then
start the negotiations. 243 for 4. The for 4 bit is the important bit. Derbyshire trailing by 57. Almost entirely irrelevant at this stage. So Fletcher is in, and that one is pushed backward of square on the offside to Van Vollenhoven. That might be his last action for a wee while, because the two players who'd left the field are coming back on. So both of the numberless substitutes are leaving the scene. 243 for 4. 19 overs remain. Cartwright has 9. Madsen has 13.
I think you'd give it, or I'd give it till probably 8 left.
Right.
If they hadn't got another wicket by 8 left. I'll shake hands. Yourself?
Oh,
I know you're ready for going now, but
I'd pack it in now. Yeah. No, I think you're right. I wouldn't give up at 16 overs to go. Derbyshire do have a lengthy tail. Anush Dal is next. There's a massive conference going on. That is a huge 5-man conference going on.
Yeah.
Pattinson obviously is there. Mullaney is there because he's the captain. Hasib Hamid, who's just come back onto the field, is there.
The only surprising thing is Duckett wasn't.
No, he was just keeping it.
Saying, get on with it, lads.
What are you talking about? Minding his own business at cover.
He's got plans. As Liam Patterson-White then floats this up, it's crisply to mid-off, and Joe Clark doing a passable impersonation of James Pattinson earlier when he got an unkind bounce from the ground and made out as if to punch it. That's exactly what Clark did then. Next ball is nicely defended by Cartwright. Did I say you're going to the Pirelli as I was wandering out the room?
Yes.
Who's on this evening then?
They're playing Sheffield United, 7:30 start.
My word.
My only chance to see them in pre-season before they start a week tomorrow. Down at Wickham.
There's been some big games on that ground this week. Start at Wickham.
Yeah. Always good to get Wickham out of the way early.
Always nice to get out of the car park there. Next delivery's on its way, just thuds into the pad of Hilton Cartwright.
I just find the first problem is getting into the car park there, but yeah. We went there twice in successive months last season. The Johnson Paints, or whatever it's called, Papa John's, and then in the league. Dreadful.
243 for 4. Next ball inside edged onto the boot and away. There's no run.
The people there are perfectly pleasant.
Yeah.
Perfectly pleasant.
You have to go up a bit of a hill to get to the media car park, or to get to the main car park. Or the main overflow car park, I guess to strictly call it. And usually I get sent there when it's icy and frosty and snowy and taking your life in your hands, both going up the slope and back down it. There's one of those ridiculous dead ball signals that the umpire has decided required making, even though everybody knew he hadn't bowled, he hadn't even come into bowl. He has now, and Cartwright defends another one.
It's a strange one, that dead ball signal. We all know it's not happened.
Well, it hadn't become live from the previous delivery, had it? No. Next one is on its way from LPW, defended by Hilton. And it's the end of the over. And now 18 overs remain, 243 for 4.
The whole thing has just ground to a halt at the moment. They've scored 6 runs off the last 5 overs, Derbyshire. None of the fielders are rushing around anyway. Luke Fletcher's finished his spell. Dane Patterson is coming back on for potentially a last hurrah.
It's a skipper, isn't it?
Oh, is it Mullaney? Sorry, it is.
I think it's a skipper.
Yeah, similar builds.
Yes, yeah, agree with you.
It is Stephen Mullaney. Well, he's bowled 9 overs for 12 runs in the second innings, but hasn't bowled today, I don't think.
What he will do is make them play.
Yeah. Did he get Madsen in the first? Yes, he did. Of course he did. That was that bizarre quartet slip by Joe Clark when he seemed to be trying to guide it down the third man in a very one-day fashion. So we got Madsen, he got Deploy first time around, he got Matty McKinnon as well. Stephen Mullaney with his nagging Well, it's medium pace, isn't it, really, at best?
There's not a lot of pressure on Madsen here, is there, for this situation?
No, not really. He turns that one. There's no pressure on that
No.
one. He turns it into the leg side for a single. You might as well crowd them out, mightn't you?
Yeah.
Unless you've given up. I'm not suggesting they've given up, but you know what I mean. It's
Well, yeah, if you've got all 9 round the bat, it might just
Stick
tempt
him
him into trying to play a big shot to clear the field.
they're not going to get the 56 runs they need to gain parity, which would then make it doubly hard for Nottinghamshire to win the game. Ladies in again, and Hilton Cartwright just very bottom of his bat pushes it up to Ben Duckett. Gives it to Mullany. That's more like it. Give it to the bowler nice and early. He can get back to his mark and he can crack on. Turns the Lee man. He's in now and bowls to Hilton Cartwright, who goes up on his toes. He's not played an aggressive shot yet. Hilton Cartwright. This is, I don't think, he's faced 32 deliveries. I've seen him play all sorts of innings in the 2 matches he's played. He got a first bowler in the first innings at Durham. He then scored 70 odd from 80 balls in the second.
Bit more violence involved then.
Oh, there's a lot of violence. Yeah, he's a big man. His next delivery is defended by Cartwright. We did a Zoom press conference prior to the game at Taunton, and he was on it. We'd never spoken to him before. I said, well, what did you know about Derby? And he gave me an answer that was entirely unbroadcastable. I said, excellent, thanks for that. I'll just chop that out later. Blimey. That's not what you want, is it, really? Next delivery is, getting past the bat and perhaps a little inside edge, but it hit him quite high up on the pad, or on the thigh pad. Ben Duckett's voice was the loudest.
I take it was an Australian for very little, actually, sir.
No, he gave me a very specific. And unfortunately, it was so specific that I couldn't use it. Yeah, it was a very strange answer. I wasn't one. I certainly wasn't expecting. Yeah.
Where's he gone?
I don't know. Come on, help. There we go. Ready again. Playing the next match, and then that'll be him done. His next ball is wide of the off stump from Mullany. Goes through to the keeper. And that's the end of the Mullany over. 17 to go now. 96 overs this innings has taken so far. 244 for 4. Cartwright has 9. Madsen has 14.
So we must have the next over. And then we enter the final hour where we have to make a note of what time it is. And there must be at least 16 overs in that final hour.
It's in the gift of Stephen Mullany after that, really.
Yeah. Generally have feelings for the paying public. Do feel a bit sorry for them if at the start of a final hour, 16 overs short, all the players troop off. As this one's played away through mid-wicket for 4. Nice looking shot by Wayne Madsen. Takes him to 18. And Derbyshire on to 248 for 4. But, you know, sometimes it's even kindest for them, isn't it? If situations like this
are everybody out of their misery.
Brought to a premature
I suppose
halt.
the only thing is that everybody knows what final days entail, don't they? They know that it could finish early. It might go right to the bitter end. Could be exciting. Might just fizzle out.
248 for 4. Patterson White round the wicket. Tosses it up. Madsen drives again, this time up to Clark at mid-off. And there's no run.
2 relatively expansive shots in the first 2 balls. Madsen's just going to rein himself in a bit here. That's me telling Wayne Madsen what to do.
Patterson White to bowl to Wayne Madsen. Works this away on the leg side for a single. 249 for 4. Madsen on to 19. He's given no hint about his future plans, Wayne Madsen. You're expecting him back next year and the year after and the year after and the year after.
He signed a contract for next season already, yes. Yeah. When he'll be, is he 37 now, going on 38? Fit as a flea. It's ridiculous.
Well, I wasn't writing him off. It's
no, it's just
far from it.
Maddeningly fit.
Patterson White now to Cartwright. blocks this one, pushes it into the offside. Ben Duckett, A, picks the ball up, B, turns to Joe Clark to have a chat with him.
He's been in terrific form as well this season, Wayne Madsen. So.
And, a run of injuries last year, didn't he? This one just turns gently and nicely played, nicely watched by Cartwright.
Sadly, he had one big one right at the start of the T20. He ripped his calf. And that forced him to miss the 100 as well, and he only came back for the games in September. So he's out for a long, long time.
Next delivery. Blocked. Somebody enjoyed that one. So we'll have a little. In fact, we'll go by the digital numbers, which say 17-18. But they're shaking hands. They are shaking hands, and that is that. We haven't got to bother about how many overs will be bowled in the final hour, because the game has been reconciled by the two captains, and it has ended in a draw, 249 for 4. Perhaps a little bit surprised, but then again, I'm not. I don't think there was ever a stage, probably, where Stephen Mullane and his side thought they were going to be able to get 10 wickets today. They got 4 of them, got down to the last 16, and they've decided to shake hands. Unlikely to get the last 6 wickets. You can make a point. They've got 1 or 2 quickly, as Dave said, 9, 10 and Jack maybe wouldn't have held them up for long, but we'll never know. I think common sense has prevailed. Nottinghamshire's 3rd straight draw. They will be top of the Division 2 table, whatever happens. The other game's still going on between Middlesex and Sussex, and obviously Leicestershire and Glamorgan got a full day's cricket left. So 249 for 4. The men out today: Harry Kane for 70, Lewis Rees for 86, Guest 14, and Deploy for 11. I would imagine the game will be remembered from the Nottinghamshire perspective for that partnership was 402 between Ben Duckett and Asib Ahmed. It will be remembered for weather reasons, for the probably the hottest day that they've had in the history of the county championship, approaching 40 degrees here on the first day, and it'll be remembered for Derbyshire, I guess, principally Brooke Guest's century.
Yeah, it's 4th of the season. That doesn't happen very often, as far as wicket keepers are concerned, certainly. And he and Wayne Madsen in the first innings putting on that stand, and a bit of battling going on in the second innings. Harry Kane with his maiden first-class half century, and Lewis Rees with his highest score of the campaign. I'm a little surprised that they shook hands then as well, but equally delighted. Derbyshire take 12 points, Nottinghamshire take 16 points, and we'll go again next week, Tuesday at Trent Bridge for Nottinghamshire against Sussex, but it's a Monday start for Derbyshire down at New Road when they take on Worcestershire. Thanks to Dave Bracegirdle, to Lauren Tuffrey, and very briefly to Kevin Hells, who was here with us on day 2. Yeah, and from me, can I just say many thanks to Derbyshire County Cricket Club. It's always a joy popping over the border from the stewards in the morning who I presumed, I was going to say, who presume don't know me from Adam, but do, because they always say, good morning, Dave, have a nice day, Dave. So thanks to them. Thanks for the production team that have kept the show on the road. And as Dave has said, thanks to everybody in here that's been so kind, so nice over the course of the 4 days. And thanks to you, Dave, once again for looking after me, keeping me just on the right side of sane. Very much enjoyed it, and best wishes for the rest of the season. We'll see you on Royal London Finals Day.
Yeah.
That's it from us. Thank you very much for your company as well, for listening to us. If you stuck it to the bitter end, well done. And we will see you early next week for the next round of championship matches.